You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Finals have arrived for the senior men's competition, and we're out here at Jubilee Park covering both finals set to take place in Division 3 this coming weekend. Starting off with the qualifying final today between Surrey Park and Knox. Two informed sides looking to book a date with Donvale this time next week in the second semi-final. We'll also be covering the elimination final between Coldstream and Oakley District tomorrow afternoon. The winner to keep their season alive and face one of these two sides Sunday week in the first semi. You can catch all the action from this jam-packed weekend of Div 3 finals right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, by streaming live across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined by two esteemed gentlemen of the EFNL media team and who have an abundance of knowledge on the EFNL, Matt Spiderley and Wayne Brasher. Brash, to you first. Great to have you back on a match of the round. I'm sure you're eager for finals to be here.
Oh, I just love finals. It just, I do. It warms the cockles of my heart every single year. Doesn't matter whether it's Div 4, Div 10, Div 1, Premier Plus, A-grade minor. It's finals and I love it.
When did we get all those divisions in, Brash?
Yeah. I just, like I said, I do love my finals football. It's a different brand of football, and it's a football that we love to come and watch and talk about and call.
Absolutely. Matt Spiderley, I'm sure you're eager for finals. Great to have you back on a match of the round as well.
Good afternoon to you, Josh, Brash, and everyone listening and viewing. Great to be out here at Ringwood Jubilee Park, and all's in great prospect of fantastic finals footy action. Two quality teams, and they're going to go at it this afternoon. And it's just that excitement, I think, that anticipation that comes with a footy season. You do all the hard work to get to this point to qualify, and now the journey begins for a finals campaign. So we're looking at a really high-quality game of football here this afternoon.
Absolutely. Two sides who are on the longest winning streaks, remarkably, in Division 3. Of course, Donvale going down to Knox in recent weeks, so they're gearing themselves up nicely for a massive final series ahead. Both the Panthers and the Falcons will be joined by both coaches, James Kenworthy for Surrey Park and Steve Buckle for Knox. Throughout this first segment of the pre-game, the reserves is taking place. Upper Ferntree Gully lead that one 3-3-21 to Surrey Park 2-7-19. Upper Gully's under 19s won by 4 goals earlier in the day against Ferntree Gully, so they're got a date booked in with Knox in the Division 3 second semi-final in the under 19s, winning that one by 4 goals. So already plenty happening.
You're already excited, Josh. I can feel it on this balcony.
Bundle of energy. But of course, Division 3, it's this is the first final series kicking off in the EFNL. There is, of course, the final rounds in Division 1, Division 2 and Division 4 this weekend. And particularly in Division 2, there's some major implications, still a lot to play out, Brash, and we're going to talk about that throughout the course of this program, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, look, it is. There's a lot of interesting conundrums to go through in the other divisions before we even get to start calling this game. And, look, I think this afternoon probably all interest really is on Division 2, because I think that's probably the division where there's still a lot to play out before 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Absolutely. Spider?
Yeah, second, third and fourth and even fifth in Divi 2. It's been very topsy-turvy the whole season, really. There's been some ups and downs for a lot of teams, and some teams that put some really solid blocks of form together and then had drop-offs throughout the course of the season. Obviously, Baronia have been the benchmark team, and they've been a fair way out in front. And there's not really anyone apart from Croydon that's taken them down during the year, and Heathmont had a narrow loss to them. So it's all now who can chase them down in the final series and whether they can hold off all the challenges. But yes, I mean, this afternoon we've got some really big and interesting clashes. So it'll be interesting to see how the calculations all come together about 5 o'clock this afternoon, because I'm sure everyone will be waiting with bated breath about how all those outcomes of the games happen. And so many opportunities for teams. I mean, Templestowe, who they've had a couple of little hiccups along the way, and now they get the chance to sneak into the finals. And Ringwood. Can they pull off an unlikely finals appearance, which probably seemed a little bit unlikely pretty much midway through the year when they had a little bit of a form slump and a few guys went away and had a few injuries. So it could all's readiness for some exciting finishes in prospect.
Absolutely. We'll touch on Division 2 shortly. Just some quick tips on the Division 4 games. Forest Hills play Scoresby, Nunawading play Croydon North Hemlock. Whitehorse Pioneers, Kilsyth. It's a case of back-to-back weeks for the Pioneers in Kilsyth. Just your thoughts on those 3 Division 4 games, Brash. Who do you reckon gets up in those?
Oh, look, I don't think you can go too far past Scoresby. I think Croydon North Hemlock have done enough in the last month of football to suggest to me. I think Nunawading have sort of plateaued. I think they've run out of petrol tickets, and I think Croydon North Hemlock should get the job done down there. I don't know, the Whitehorse Kilsyth game has given me nightmares all weekend because I just don't know where to go. I'm going with the fact that Kilsyth have a couple of outs and Horvat comes back into the side for the Pioneers, which strengthens their scoring ability at that boutique oval there this afternoon. These two will be playing next week. So it's a matter of whoever wins today gets the mental edge.
Well, they do, and Dalgleish back in the side for the Pioneers as well, and Horvat, as you just mentioned. So both ends of the ground, they've got some really key players in their lineup. Kilsyth, obviously, without Curry this afternoon, so that's a big test for them. I think the Pioneers will get the win there. I actually think Nunawading, I think that'll be a bit of a shootout, actually, Brash. I think Nunawading probably got one last punch to throw for the year, and I think, look, from a depth point of view, that's probably dried up a little bit. They've had a few injuries and unavailabilities. But I think from the players that have come back into the team for this game, they're treating this like a final for the season. So, and North Croydon have been very competitive. I think they should be very proud of what they've done throughout the course of the year. I think those sides have certainly shown significant improvement. So there's some really positive signs for 2025. And Scoresby, look, they've been the benchmark team and are going to be very hard to displace during this final series. But I think Scoresby will get the job done. And Forest Hill, a little bit of work to do in the off-season, both on and off the field, that's for sure, with some things need to recruiting, but also some off-field issues that have been ploughing them throughout the course of the season as well. They just haven't been able to get things happening at both ends of the spectrum.
Absolutely. Brash, you've got the Oracles tips for these games?
Yeah, resident clairvoyant. The Oracles put in his selections for this weekend. It's got in Division 4, has Forest Hill 41, Scoresby 107, Nunawading 37, Croydon North Hemlock 73, and Whitehorse Pioneers 63, Kilsyth 104. And the thing is, though, Spider, just with Kilsyth, would it be fair to say that they've never ever got out of first gear so far this year?
It's been surprising because after the grand final last year, you always felt that they were going to come back really hard. They were really disappointed. They were a shattered club after that grand final, and you thought that they're going to learn from that experience, but they just haven't been able to get their system going throughout the course of the year. It's been a little bit like the Magpies in the AFL. They've had some up and down moments during the course of the year, and you think the Kilsyth's going to get going, have a good win here, and then they just lose one that you don't really expect them to lose. Some inconsistencies throughout games, and that's probably been the biggest downside for them, but they definitely have the capability of putting on really strong performances, but they just haven't been able to do it on a consistent basis, which they'd be frustrated with.
Absolutely. We're just about to be joined by James Kenworthy for on the Eastland match of the round. We'll save the discussion for the 2 Division 3 games throughout the course of today and tomorrow as well, as I mentioned. Surrey Park playing Knox out here, and Coldstream playing Oakley District tomorrow. And we are now joined by the playing coach, or the senior men's coach of the Surrey Park Football Club, in James Kenworthy. Thanks for joining us, James.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Is there an extra sense of anticipation for this upcoming finals series? Obviously, 3 in a row now, and the first in Division 3.
Yeah, really exciting. We secured that second spot, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we've sort of just been looking forward to this final series. Obviously, coming up against the division, playing against Knox, Donvale. They're teams we are really excited to play against.
Absolutely. Do you feel like you're at full strength heading into this game? Obviously yourself on the sidelines, but it seems like there's a lot of players that have come back in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, pretty close to full strength. Obviously there's a couple of boys out in the dev game. running around. So there's a few guys who could still come to this senior side.
James, one of the things I've noticed this year, like I know you're being a bit of a playing coach, right, and obviously playing on the ground, right. You've got to have trusted assistants, right, to make the decisions on the boundary on your behalf. Sometimes, though, do they make decisions? I mean, they're not perfect, but do they make moves that you as a coach probably don't want them to make?
Yeah, we've got Dave Miller and Pales down there. They've got a lot of experience in football, so I absolutely back their decisions in. And yeah, every game, like, you're always going to have a few decisions here and there that you may not agree to, but in the end, it's all for the best.
We always say getting off to a good start is important in these games, and more so in finals. You've won 16 first quarters out of 18 this year, and some of those first quarters have been by substantial margins. So you must be really happy with the way that your guys are switched on for the majority of the games at the start when the heat is really on.
Absolutely, that's a good stat. No, I didn't know that. Absolutely, yeah. Finals footy, there's a few nerves around, so just trying to get the boys to relax and ease into the game.
I reckon just one thing, though, that's probably let you down a little bit is your goal kicking accuracy. I think you're around 46.5 when the others are all over 50. Is that something? Is that because of the fact that you're creating so much inside 50s that sometimes you're kicking or the fact that your players aren't taking as much care with their goal kicking?
It has been sort of a thing of note for the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks. Obviously, yeah, getting a lot of scoring opportunities, but where they sort of are on the ground is probably hurting us a little bit.
James, you're selling yourself a little bit short because you're saying you're not quite at full strength when you're the leader of the tribe. Just bring us up to date with your progress and your injury status at the moment, and what you're hoping to do throughout this finals campaign so that you can get yourself onto the field and participating.
Progressing pretty well. I was probably touch and go for today, but hopefully back next week. Yeah, should be right.
So what is the main sort of concern for it? Do you get that thing in match committee going, look, I could play? What's the drawback? Do you sort of have to make the decision from the coaching point of view and say, well, for the game plan scenario, or do you actually have to take that hat off in a sense and say, no, from the playing perspective, I'm not fit to play?
Well, I had an osteo appointment last Monday, so we're going into match committee or team selection pretty with that in mind that I probably wasn't going to play this week.
Yeah. So how hard is that sometimes when you actually have to make those sort of decisions? Being a playing coach, it's not the ideal situation. Is that where you rely on some of your mentors and some of the assistant coaches to give you that firm advice that maybe you should really take stock and go, well, maybe this is not the one to play?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, from our selection committee, we're pretty team focused, and that's right through all the teams. So, yeah, we want the best side out there on game day, and yeah, we want to get the win.
Now let's talk about Knox, who you're playing against. It's going to be an incredible game. What sort of research, homework have you done? Because they like to defend the ground. They're very good at it. They like to play the forward territory game, but also the ruck battle today is going to be really important in the middle of the ground, where you've been really dominant throughout the course of the season so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done a little bit of research. They've got, I think, 6 new inclusions compared to the time we played them last. Obviously, Zach Hanlon's coming down from Prem level. He's pretty decent ruckman, so absolutely back Chrissy Allison in to go up against him. Big deck. We'll see how many minutes he can have in there. But again, Knox have got Harry Greaves, Mitch Greaves as well, Fisher as well coming down from Vermont. They've got quite some good players in there.
One of the things, James, there is a bit of... You must be comforted in knowing that you've got guys like Jake Mann, Kane Hendon and Jake Summers, 3 experienced Premier Division footballers that have played at the top level, who can all be generals in their respective positions on the ground as leaders. That gives you some comfort, you know, when things get tough, that you've got players that have played at a high level that are able to raise their game to bring up the class of the side in whatever performance you put out there on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. You could throw Chrissy Sardis in there as well,
Yeah.
as the 4. So, in years gone by, we've been a very young group, and we have sort of, at stages, let other teams get a bit of momentum and kick a few goals in a row, whereas now, a lot more experience in there. And it's great just having older heads out there.
What, in your opinion, obviously, because you've coached a grand final and you've won Division 4, in your opinion, has going up division, has the intensity lifted even more, and is the quality of player actually a lot better just even going up that one div?
I'd probably say maybe about 20 to 30%, only slightly. It's a little bit quicker. And still in Division 3, there's quite a lot of experienced players out there. Like, even just for Knox, all the guys come from Prem level. Our squad, a lot of guys from Prem level, so...
Yeah, there absolutely is. And as you mentioned, Sardis and Marn in particular coming during the middle of the season. How much have they added to the group, both on and off the field?
Yeah, they've been unreal. Obviously, it's nice getting some new inclusions halfway through the year, and that just goes to show where Surrey Park's at. Bit of a destination club. People are wanting to come back. Obviously Jack Marn's really good mates with Kane Hendon, so that made it a lot easier for him to make his mind up.
Absolutely. Looking forward to some of those players coming into the lineup, Slider.
Now, it's a very short time between when you leave us and go down and get changed and you're ready to give the final address to the players. What are the 3 main focus points that you're going to look towards when you look at the players in the eye and go, these are the 3 things that I really want from you as a playing group here this afternoon?
The main one's probably defence, just our pressure game. If you don't bring that, you're going to get towed up, especially on a big deck. We don't want to give them any time on space with the ball. Another one's just sort of relaxing with ball in hand, breathing. We don't want to rush anything or force turnovers. That's how they'll score. And just sort of how we want to play as well.
Absolutely. Well, you are a busy man, James, so we better let you go. Thank you so much for joining us on the pre-game ahead of this massive contest. Good luck today.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the show.
Thank
Good
you.
stuff.
Thanks, James.
Great insight there from James. Just, very calm, collected, and just very thoughtful the way he's going to go about his job this afternoon, Brash. And I think that's a good thing. So you get some coaches that can get really wound up in the moment, and especially in a finals campaign, because it's the start of a long journey and you don't want to use up all the energy points on day one.
No, you don't. And the thing is, I think you mentioned yesterday on the broadcast, do both coaches show their hands today, or do they keep something in reserve, right, just in case they go a little bit further in the final series? And look, with both these sides basically getting a second chance, albeit both these sides are going to go a different way after today's game, you can't help but feel that both coaches, they're not going to throw or show everything today, you don't think?
Well, that's right. And we were talking off air about what it brings back some similarities to, and I go back to that 1989 final series, famous one with Geelong and Essendon. They played in the qualifying final, and then they played again in the preliminary final. I mean, in that qualifying final, Essendon won by a big margin, and then Geelong had to go via the first semi-final and ended up making the grand final, defeating Essendon in a prelim. So it could go a very similar scenario, and I think that's a thing for Knox. Today is a real opportunity for them to, throw the first punch and try and, it's a great opportunity for them. And for Surrey Park, well, they've got that expectation. They want to win this game, and they expect to win, and they want to go and have that first ride of a ticket to Donvale. So it has so many implications. But I always think that if you can go the shorter way home, it's always the better way. But sometimes when you do go the longer way home, you actually get the continuity and you can get back the momentum.
Exactly.
Especially when you play a close final. Sometimes when you have a big, sizable loss, it is hard to pick up the pieces in a finals campaign. But when it's a very even competition like this one is, then and a line ball scenario, then everything's at play.
the question I'm going to ask you both, right? Are we right? Do we take into consideration the fact that Surrey are coming up a grade playing finals, and Knox are coming down a grade? Does that give Knox or Surrey any sort of advantage today?
I don't really think that. I mean, I did think about this earlier, but I think when you look at it, Knox have come down. Obviously, last year they could consider themselves a little bit unlucky to come down. They weren't there. It was 2 up, 2 down sort of scenario. But look, I think in the end they just got to go about it. It's a finals campaign. Surrey, we all thought. I thought personally they were going to just consolidate this year. I didn't expect the rise so rapidly, whereas a few others like yourself, Josh, were a little bit more optimistic, and you probably knew with a bit more intel than what a lot of us did. So I just thought that they'd be in the middle pushing, and then I thought next year would be that year where they would certainly go up, but and have a real go at it. But no, right from the outset, they've really shown that they're comfortable in the division and very capable with the talent that they've got on hand.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of young talent in that lineup as well.
Yeah,
Not just the Premier Division talent with the likes of the Summers brothers, Lockie and Jake in that forward 50, but you look at Lockie Peters, Nick Can, they've all developed their game, and Jasper Mundy as well. They're all young up-and-coming players.
I like Can. I like the way that he goes. I like the cut of his jib, really, because he's not afraid to go for the big spectacular mark, but he's disciplined enough to know, right, that he doesn't, that he's never out of the contest, and if he doesn't win it, he's still making sure his opponent doesn't get an easy kick outside that back 50, Spider.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is going to be the thing today. I mean, James alluded to it a bit. They're going to focus on defence, their ball movement, their ability to win stoppage and clearance in the middle of the ground. And they're going to be challenged by a Knox team that really build all their momentum from the back end of the ground. And that's what Steve Buckle's done so well with this team, particularly over the last 12 months. I mean, you could just see, even last season when they weren't winning games in Division 2, that there was little building blocks that were just starting to form, because they were competitive in a lot of games, even though they did go down. You could see that there was just little things within their game, their ball movement, the transition, the way that their forward line was starting to operate, and then a few of additions into their side, like a Braden Barlow coming in. We know he's got tremendous ability to hit the scoreboard, but also have impact further up the ground. Weir is a terrific player in his own right, in the defensive part of the ground, running lines. Taylor's been very important to them throughout the season as well, and Allison doing some and then Zach Hanlon, you get a guy like Zach Hanlon just comes in halfway through the season. It's a terrific asset to them to have, because Zach can go forward. He has that ability to hit the scoreboard as well, but he's also got that flexibility. He can go back and do extra work down the other end of the ground because he's so athletic and mobile. So that's the feature of his game.
Absolutely is. Well, we're going to chat. We're going to focus on all things Knox, because joining us for the first time in a couple of years for an Eastland match of the round is the Knox senior men's coach, Steve Buckle, and he has done a terrific job the past couple of seasons and guiding Knox to their first ever finals appearance since 2017. Thanks for joining us, Steve.
Pleasure, boys. Thanks for having me.
How are you feeling ahead of this final series? The first for Knox since 2017. Ironically, when they knocked off Doncaster East back in the division, in what was Division 2.
Yeah, look, that was a bit of pill to swallow initially when I was first making the transition over to Knox, but I live across the road from the place, and my son plays junior footy there, so I was involved in the junior club for a couple of years anyway, and just loved what the place was about. And I've got great support and great resources there, and I couldn't ask for more. Took a year off the coaching, obviously, and couldn't have wanted to walk into a better establishment. It's a fantastic footy club.
Absolutely, and it's great to be able to see Knox for the first time in a long time for a match of the round. Do you feel like the side is pretty much or close to full strength heading into today?
Yeah, look, we've still got. The great thing is we've still got great depth, and there's still a couple of guys out who were injured maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Clay Heppel's still not in. Ash Black still not playing, but they're. Ash will probably play tomorrow in the reserves final, and Clay's probably 1 more week away. So look, we've still got some depth to hopefully come straight back in. Benny Koenig as well is another one of our boys that we picked up as well. He's still got to come back from injury too. So hopefully he's only 1 or 2 away. We've still we still got some great depth in the footy club. I think I put on the board the other week just what we're sort of looking at to choose from, and we sort of had sort of 31, 32 to that we could feel really, really comfortable with going into sort of any let alone a home and away game but a final. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. So boys get their opportunity today, 22 of them. So hopefully we can get the right result for us.
Steve, I reckon you've taken over this club at exactly the right time when they needed someone to come in and take it by the scruff of the neck and get it back on track. What's the difference between the first year that you've coached them compared to this year?
Look, Brash, we're very young, and it was we've totally changed the game plan, and sort of how we sort of built our footy brand essentially. So look, it was always going to be tough. Initially, the pre-season was great in the first year, and we thought we were on track. And then we had a night game out here in round one last year, and look, everything started well. And but with such a young group, you're always going to have to ride the highs and lows with it. But look, it took them a while. Probably the first, obviously, we were zipping 9 last year. In the first half of the year, but then we started seeing the tide turn a little bit, and everybody sort of buy into the system and understand the system and how we wanted to play. And we started to see, even though we didn't get as many wins we wanted in the back half of last year, just even the results on the scoreboard was huge. So we had a couple of games where we beat teams. Beat East Burwood. That was a 100-point turnaround. You knock off Ringwood, that was a 12-goal turnaround. So, we had some really big results. But even the games we lost last year, I think we only had 7 scoring shots the first time we played Mulgrave, and they had 32. We've still lost by roughly the same margin, but we had 27 scoring shots and they had 26. So we knew things were turning for us.
Oh, the thing is, for mine, right, I think basically from about round 8 this year, your club seems to have just gradually improved week upon week. It's not been drastic, but it's been a really steady rise. That win against Donvale, does that give the players the validity of knowing that their game plan that you've now implemented justifies the fact that they are in this final series right up until their ears?
Yeah, look, we probably always thought that, Rash, to be fair, right from the get-go. Like, we were pretty confident going into the season, but we knew we still had to get a lot of things right, and we're still probably balancing that. Like, we've got 8 new guys in the team today from last year's team. So even getting that connection between the group and an understanding of how everybody plays and what everybody's key strengths are, what their weaknesses are. And then it probably took us that first sort of 8-9 rounds to find that balance, and then obviously you're better the second time around when you play everybody, the second time, because you've learnt your lessons from the first time, and we learnt a lot of lessons from the first time we played Donvale. Obviously we were missing a few that day, but that was still no excuse. We were still pretty confident going into that game. But yeah, we learned a lot of lessons that day. We learned a lot of lessons the first time we played Surrey as well. So it's just about taking those lessons and then the team building, and they seem like they've got it now.
Let's take those thoughts a little bit further forward. What were some of those lessons that you did learn when you did play Surrey in those 2 occasions earlier in the year? Were there some many takeaways, particularly from the last time that you played, and some things that perhaps you've worked on just over the last month, knowing that you were probably going to meet again on a day like this on a big ground and be able to put some of your defensive mechanisms in tow, but also work that forward territory game that's worked so well for you in the latter half of the season?
Yeah, well, look, we probably got a better understanding of Surrey after the first time we played them Spide. Yep. Because we found out they like to keep their width on the ground and use the ball through, but they also like to reward those really short hit-ups. And we're probably sagging off a little bit, protecting the ground a little bit too much. And sort of once we, second time round, once we sort of started putting a little bit more pressure on the footy and closed those defensive spaces, we're able to turn into a little bit of a more contested game. And they're similar to us. They're a young team. They've got fast legs as well. So we do like to play sort of similar brands, and I think we've joked about it with Surrey's coach as well. We're very similar styles of footy, so we'll be going head to head today. And it's the same with Donvale. We probably underestimated their leg speed, and probably didn't think they had as much as what they did. And It was the same sort of thing. We had to get everything right defensively. So it was basically trying to clean up defensively what our game looked like rather than offensively, because we take care of, we know how to score, we know how to attack. It's basically just trying to make sure we were set up properly behind the footy. So if turnovers did occur, we didn't get opened up out the back. So we think we've got that right now.
Also bringing in some of your senior experienced players. Obviously, you had Zach Hanlon coming in middle of the year, and then you've also, been able to bring in a couple of other players throughout the last 12 months. So Braden Barlow for an example. But how important is that to bring those sort of players in with these young groups, to mould that in so that on days like this that you can turn that into real positive outcomes?
Yeah, well, Spider, it's huge, mate, because it's not just their footy ability. It's their footy IQ that has been huge for such a young group. Because, like I said, because we are so young, these boys, they missed out on basically 2 years through that COVID period. So they missed out on their development. Like they were straight out of under-19s, and then they were coming into senior footy, but they missed out on those 2 years of footy. So that's what sort of held us back, I think, so long. So their development's been slow. It's been slow track, but now it's sort of all starting to come. And we've always known we've had pure talent out in the field, but getting guys in like Braden and Zach and also Fish, that their footy IQ's been great. Guys like Pearsy and Ando. Guys like that have been
terrific.
Been phenomenal for us, because when they talk, they played high level footy for Roval and things like that. So when they talk, the boys listen, and they get them set up. But even guys footy IQ, like guys like Tommy Weir behind the footy, he's only young, he's only 22, but like his footy IQ's immense, and the boys listen.
Is it also that impact that you want them thinking, not like just a Division 3 player, you want them thinking Premier football mentality as well, and that's what you're bringing to the table as a coach? You're bringing that professional element to them so they can understand what is required, particularly on big stages like this. Yeah,
well, that's where we want to get to, essentially, and eventually at the end of the day, we want to keep trying to push this footy club back to where it belongs, really. And we know that's going to take some time. We're not going to get an instant occurrence of that, but we're trying to build a game style, a system, and get the development of the players that if we do, and we're lucky enough to be able to get the jump into the next level, where we're sort of set and our game style set, ready for the next division, and then the next one after that, and the next one after that. You're not having to tinker with the way you're set up. So it is built pretty highly, and I think the more development they get in, the better they're going to be able to execute that plan.
Steve, both yourself and James Wright today have basically got a free hit, because regardless of whatever happens with the result today, you both get another chance, albeit coming through different ways through the final series. The one question I'm going to ask you, would both you coaches, and I'm referring this to you, would you not, obviously you've watched and taken notes on what each other does. Do you have something, do both coaches show all their cards, or will have to leave some of these cards on the table, not on the table, just in case they meet again later on in the final series?
Yeah, look, I think it depends solely on how the game's starting to pan out. Like if you've got the game on your terms and you're in control of it for the most part, then you don't need to pull those triggers. But look, if things aren't going your way, and Surrey start getting on top of us, and having the ascendancy, then we're probably going to have to start pulling some of those triggers. And ideally, you don't want to have to do them, because it means you are in a little bit of trouble. But look, we've got a few things up our sleeve that if things aren't going to plan, that we'll have to pull them, and different matchups and things like that. But guys to move to different positions and swing guys around the field as well. So. But ideally, you'd like not to. Yeah. But if you have to, you have to. And if that shows your hand, it shows your hand. But it just means that when you go into the next time you play them, they might know what you're doing, but they've still got to stop it.
And timing is everything as well when you make those moves.
100%.
Absolutely. And just some of those mid-season pickups, Hanlon and Fisher as well. I asked Ken Worthy this before, because obviously they picked up Marn and Sardis. How much have they added to the group, both on and off the field?
Yeah, it's been huge. I should, like I said, just their footy IQ, being able to come in and, if I want to change a voice, whether it's training or game day, they're happy to take that role and set that standard too, because it gives the boys a different voice to listen to, and it's not just hearing mine over and over again, going in one ear and out the other. The information is coming from somebody who's sharing the field with them. and they get an understanding of it. So, but the boys respect where they've come from and the standard of footy that they have played previously. So, yeah, they've been huge for this footy club.
We just asked James a question about the focus points that he may bring to the table when he goes back downstairs. You're going to go back downstairs soon and talk to your boys and give the final message. What are the three main things that you're going to focus on behind closed doors in terms of what your expectation is there when the players run out here this afternoon? Yeah,
look, ours is basically just focusing on us and what we're going to try to deliver, not putting too much of a heavy focus on Surrey. We know that they've got dangerous players all over the field. But it's pointless worrying about them too much, because if we start putting all our eggs in that basket, then we forget who we are and what our footy looks like. So our main focus is basically going to be really trying to keep our shape on the ground.
Because it's big, it's a massive
ground.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Gym CG.
Yeah, exactly. And look, we've both got powerful legs, but if we can turn the game into a contested area, stop their short hit-ups, so we're going to try to focus on taking away one of their key strengths, but also just focusing on ours, which is keeping our shape, putting speed on the footy, getting nice deep entries. So just things like that. And it's going to be basically real internal and just looking after ourselves in our strength spot.
And flying start.
Yeah, well, that's it, mate. That'd be nice to get off to a good start.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, Steve, you're a busy man. We appreciate you giving some time out of your pre-game and having a chat with us before this massive contest. Good luck for today and for the upcoming final series.
Yeah, no, good. Thank you for having me. I just hope it... do you boys hope it rains or not rains? Because I know you all said that we're no chance if it's a sunny day.
To be honest with you, Steve, I don't think.
I think you're a big.
I actually don't think the rain's going to play any sort of part, because I think the ground is in that good a nick.
Neither do I, mate. I think both teams are suited to both dry and wet decks.
Yeah.
But it's just funny that some people have an idea that we need it wet to be able to compete.
That's probably because of
Donvale and Surrey.
Yeah. So they were probably thinking of that Knox game when you beat Donvale.
Yeah, no, 100%. But we love it. We love it dry, and I know Surrey do, because they've got similar wheels to what we do. And I'm seeing this is going to be a great contest today.
I'm looking forward to it.
Have you got yourself a decent raincoat? That's
umbrellas and raincoats are banned on the bench, and so is eating. So run a pretty tight ship down there, Spike.
Very good, Bucks. Good man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good call.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. We're going to go to our first break here in the Eastland. Match of the round. When we return, we'll discuss all the matches taking place around the grounds this weekend in the EFNL.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
The Eastland match of the round, Division 3 qualifying final between Surrey Park and Knox out here at Jubilee Park. Josh Ward here alongside Wayne Brasher and Matt Spiderlee. Just a quick update on the reserve. Surrey Park have extended their advantage to 21 points now, I should say. There was a behind just kicked before day 10:58 to Upper Ferntree Gully 5-7.
It's going to be hard to toss you in the reserves grade here, Surrey Park.
Absolutely, and Upper Ferntree Gully did bring back a couple of their senior players into the lineup for this weekend's game. So Surrey Park looks set for, in the reserves at least, looks set for a second semi-final with Donvale's reserve side, who, and of course their senior side, sitting on top of the table, and whoever wins this game, senior game between Surrey Park and Knox will meet the Vales this time next weekend. We're going to have a look at Division 2 now. There's some massive games. Just some quick tips on the first three. Croydon Heathmont at Croydon Oval. Waverley Blues the Basin out at Central Reserve. Lilydale up against East Burwood out at the Ellis. So I'm guessing we're all backing the two Blues outfits plus East Burwood. The Rams' form's been really good, and Croydon and Waverley Blues looking for a double chance.
Yeah, you'd think so. I think you'd have to go along with those, Josh. We spoke about it yesterday with all those form lines, and we think they'll stand up. I mean, Croydon, it's just really important for them today to get back on track after what's been a little bit of an up and down rocky road the last few weeks. But if they can get some consistency back in their game, they definitely can be a challenger. And at the other end of the side, you look at clubs like East Burwood with that game against Lilydale. They just need to finish off the season. Been a good last few weeks. For me, there's still a lot of improvement that they need to address over the summer, and it's been a really disappointing season for them because I think there's been points during the year where they've just stepped out of what they really should have gone and done, and they chose to go down a track. Some of the players, which I think in hindsight, if they really look back and reflect, they'll certainly next season they'll have to have a real realisation where things could have been this season. Going to fall potentially a game short of finals. Could have easily been running out here tomorrow on final next week on finals day, but otherwise they're going to be watching from the grandstands again. So and we spoke about with Blackburn in Premier yesterday on the show. It's okay to keep winning reserve premierships and under 19 premierships, etc. But if you're not there, anything to show for it at senior level, then it doesn't really mean anything, does it? You're not progressing up the grades and you're just not fulfilling your talent.
I reckon Croydon win and a Dow struggle by about 3 goals, Josh. I think the Lilydale East Burwood game will be quite a close game.
Yeah, I think it'll be close. But
I think East Burwood probably win by 3 or 4 goals there, and I expect the Waverley Blues. I mean, look. They've got everything to play for, Waverley Blues, because they want to put their best foot forward heading into a final, into their qualifying final next week. But for me, I want them to show me something, and I think they can win probably by about 60 points plus today.
Yeah, Waverley should get the job done there and get themselves.
The other two games, though, I tell you what,
they're massive games. Baroni up against Ringwood, Mulgrave against Templestowe now. There's implications for both ends of the ladder. If Mulgrave lose and Waverley Boys and Croydon do win as expected, Mulgrave will slip out of the double chance. It's where the battle for fifth lies, though. It's Ringwood. If they win and Templestowe lose, they play finals. If Templestowe win and Ringwood lose, they play finals. Now, if both sides win, Ringwood's margin will have to be 3 goals greater than because of their percentage. If they lose, which they probably go into both of their respective games as underdogs. If they do lose, Templestowe's margin will have to be 3 or more goals. And this could change depending on score, of course, but there's a lot to play out for that 5th spot between Ringwood and Templestowe. Ringwood's chances were hurt when we saw them last weekend out here after going down to Mulgrave by 9 points. Templestowe boosted that percentage right back up to leapfrog Ringwood. So there's a lot to play out, and look, Mulgrave, Templestowe, I think Templestowe will give themselves every chance of knocking off Mulgrave because they bring back Matt Nagel, Andrew Fasanella, Toby Ryan and Doug Wooten. Mulgrave lose Lin Jong. They still don't have Fletcher Roberts. Alex Hardy goes out of the lineup. So Templestowe will give themselves a big sniff here, Brasher, I reckon.
I think they do. And Spider and I actually spoke about this off air about where this sits for Mulgrave. They've done all the hard yards. Yep. And just when they think that they were ready to take them by the scruff of the neck, all of a sudden they're back to square one because they're going to have to play out of their skin this afternoon.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Because they're going to have to rely on Boothie to kick them a winning score.
Yeah, and I just think that's why I went for Templestowe. I just think Templestowe, the ins for me are really significant, and I just believe that they're going to be able to get the job done. I just think Wing John has been such an important player over the last 6 to 8 weeks. His physical presence on the ground, but his ball-winning ability, his finishing ability, he's really driven this Mulgrave side in the back half of the season and this rise. And I think they're just going to be a little bit short, I think, and wanting a bit today, without a little bit of key experience. So I think Templestowe will win, and I think they'll be able to get that final spot, which they've been trying to get. Man, they've made a little bit of hard work about it. They've lost a couple of games which they probably could have and should have won. But I think in the end, they might just be able to get over the line. Ringwood, going to be a tough ask against Baronia today. There's just no question about it. And losing last week here at home didn't do themselves any favours. And they lost a few games at the start of the year where they probably will look back and say, well, that was probably the moment. But look, they've had some good moments this year, Ringwood, but they've also had some frustrating ones, which I'm sure Brett Rowe has gone through with his players throughout the course of the year with some injuries and unavailability. Not too dissimilar to East Bird. A few guys decided to travel, and then that's really hampered the depth of the team, and they haven't been able to replace those players at key times.
Templestowe, I reckon, are one player short of having their best side, Josh.
Yeah.
Add Fogarty to that, and I reckon that's their best lineup for the year.
Well, he just adds so much physical presence to that team, inside player, and the way that they can clamp down the opposition teams like they did last year in the finals. So this is their moment. If they can get there, I wouldn't underestimate them to win a final or two.
And Baronia have gone into full battle mode, Josh, because they've brought back big guns this week. They mean business, right? And they want to send a message before the final starts that if you want to win the grand final or you want to win a final, you're going to have to come through us. And I think today, without Latchford in that side, I think that they're in real trouble, Ringwood. They could be on the end of a 40-point plus hiding here, gentlemen. And
it's going to be hard for them.
So the Oracle I've got for Div 2, Baronia 103. Ringwood 84, which I think is very generous. Croydon 47, Heathmont 64. That's a bit of a surprise. Lilydale 45, East Burwood 63. I could see a similar score.
That's about right, I think. Yeah.
I've got Mulgrave 63, Templestowe 78. So I think that could be a pretty close game. 3 goals.
Probably about the wind too, because the wind is going to have a significant factor, particularly with Mulgrave.
And Waverley Blues 87, the Basin 56. I think the margin will be a little bit more than that for Waverley Blues, but the Basin, like you said yesterday, they've got to come out and show something to take into the pre-season.
They do, yeah.
If they don't do it, if they get beaten by 60, 70 points today, there's a lot of soul searching that needs to happen in the off season.
Yeah, and it doesn't go well for confidence going into a brand new season. From a playing recruiting perspective, and also the coaches, it makes it really hard. So I think just for them, they've just got to put a really good front foot performance forward today and get something out of the game. There is something to play for, and that's for all these teams that are not playing finals. You start your next season today by putting the building blocks in place, so you've got something to play with during the pre-season and get the momentum early into 2025.
Absolutely. We'll move up into Division 1 now. There's not too many interesting games, unfortunately, in Division 1, with both finals set, pretty much all out of positions set. Park Orchards take on Mitcham, probably the most interesting game out of the lot, with Park Orchard's obviously winning the minor premiership. Both sides have rested, and obviously Michael Prosnack goes out for Park Orchards due to a severe injury, so we wish him all the best in his recovery. Beaconsfield take on Bayswater, Doncaster take on Moore Park, South Belgrave take on North Ringwood, Wantirna South take on Montrose.
So, Brash, Park Orchards and Mitcham today. Are they going to show we just talked to Steve Buckle about showing your hand, knowing you might play them weeks going forward. Same thing for Park Orchards and Mitcham. What happens today?
I think you can tell with the playing lists that are both playing out there this afternoon, which way the clubs are going.
They'll go fair income for a half, and then they'll put the cue in the rack.
Yeah, I think Park Orchards, I think they'll have a little bit more to prove after being knocked over by Mitcham at Mitcham. I think that there's a lot of pride there, and I think they'll want to reverse that result just to make
send a bit of a warning.
Yeah, just to make sure. Shall we go through the Oracle, Josh?
Yes,
let's go through it. Beaconsfield 87, Bayswater 55, Doncaster 25, and they are really struggling, and they probably can't wait for the season to finish quick enough. Mooroolbark 102, I could see something like that. High scoring affair, Park Orchards 103, Mitcham 82. One side that I really want to see today put the medal the medal down is South Belgrave. I want them to come out and show and give me something this afternoon. They're on 105 against North Ringwood 52, and Wanty South 49 and Montrose 92. And the last two I could see happening in spite of 50, 60 point margins.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think you're spot on the money there.
Absolutely. We'll touch on Premier Division now, and there's it's a similar story. Obviously, there's still a bit on the line for the likes of Blackburn, for South Croydon, Blackburn in particular.
There really is only one game in Premier that matters.
East Ringwood
Roval.
Yeah, that's the one.
Game.
I think all the others are sort of immaterial to the positioning of the ladder. East Roval will want to they will want to respond.
But it's the vulnerability they've provided themselves with selection today, because obviously a bit of their own, but also some of the things that they can't help because of the VFL. So East Ring would go into that game. I think they'll get the job done. Roval just not going to be able to compete with a couple of those players out of the team, which is just how it's worked for them throughout the last few weeks. When they have their quality players, they're as good as anyone going around. When they don't, they come back to the field just a little bit.
And finally, I'll give you the Oracle for Premier. Borwin 75, Noble Park 94. Could see an upset there. Berwick 45, South Croydon 75. Doncaster East 46, Blackburn 65. East Ringwood 117, Roval 85, and Vermont 90, Norwood 38. I think, like I said, that the East Ringwood Roval game spot is really the only game that matters. But
East Ringwood will sew up the minor premiership with that.
But for Borwin, though, equally is important, because they don't want to be riding another loss.
Yeah, well, they've really struggled, and I spoke about it yesterday. Their back half of the season has been really disappointing. Haven't been able to move the ball defensively, been really under pressure, and forward line just hasn't been functioning as well as it was early in the year when it was kicking some big scores.
Absolutely, as both Surrey Park and Knox are now out onto the park. Surrey Park just running onto the ground now. The reserves, Surrey Park 8-11-59, defeating Upper French Gully 6-7-43. But it's set up to be an entertaining contest, and plenty of entertaining contests around the grounds in the evening.
The sides are out early too.
They've come out early
for a 2:20 start.
I think they did that in the reserves and the under-19s.
Well, they're hurrying us up, though. They don't want to hear us anymore.
I think they are sick of us. But Spider, thank you for joining us.
Great to be here, guys, and looking forward to the game. Surrey Park narrowly think they'll just get over the line. I think Knox are an almighty chance. I think this ground really suits the way they play.
I'll wait till we come back on here.
Absolutely. We will be going to our final lap break. When we return, we'll bring back the entire call team for this Eastland. Well, we've still got a bit of time.
That's what I thought. We've still got
It's gone a bit early.
But it's still going to be some.
Let's quickly talk about this game. I think when you look at it's a game really set up for, it could be set up for an upset, or it could be set up for a convincing win.
Well, it's if they can get the game on their terms, Knox. If they get this game on their terms, as Steve Buckle alerted to, early in the day. If they can get it on their terms, get their forward pressure going, get some territory, get the clearances, lock the ball in their forward half, they're a big chance to score. Going to put a lot of pressure on Surrey Park. But if Surrey Park get their ball movement going, going to be very hard to stop because they are very good the way they move the ball.
Yeah, look, and I think the thing is, right, I reckon the hardest thing is, one of the hardest things I reckon with a final, Spider, is the players themselves don't really know how they're going to stack up until they've actually played a final.
And it's finals pressure too. There's going to be a little bit of pressure out there today. The intensity will go up another 25-30% than what a normal home and away game is. That's the thing about finals. It all changes now. There's a lot more things going on during games, and the pressure will be hot early in this game, that's for sure.
Let's quickly talk about the coaching, the two coaches, right? Because it's going to be... Is it a case, Spider, of the master versus the apprentice?
Oh, absolutely, it is. Look, I mean, it's going to be, Steve's very experienced, how he lays the ground out, gets his systems in place, gets his messaging across, and he won't be flustered by any nerves. Whereas James, there's a little bit of trepidation, you think, because he's going there a little bit nervous. He's not sure what they're going to throw at him. Particularly, it's going to be hot in the kitchen early, so he's really going to be tested from a coaching perspective, James. So it's going to be really important that he focuses in on some of those key elements that he alluded to in the pre-match.
Where do you think, Josh and I, where do you think the game's going to be won? Honestly, I mean, look, we've analysed both strides, strengths and weaknesses, but where do we really think the game's going to be won?
I think really, when you look at it, centre clearance, to be honest. If they get their hands on the ball first, Surrey Park, and can get into their forward line and can score, they're going to put massive pressure on Knox. But if Knox can get the game on their terms and defend the ground well as they have been in recent times, then they give themselves a real big chance to win this game. If they can get stoppages and repeat stoppages around the ground and then get their ball transition going, they will put extra pressure on and those layers on Surrey Park, because they're going to have to be a lot cleaner with the ball, particularly on this big ground with the width and the space that's being presented.
I think also too.
Absolutely, and welcome back to our Radio Eastern listeners. After we went went a little bit too early to the outbreak, so apologies for that. So we'll introduce the rest of the call team. Both teams are in their final huddles out here at Jubilee Park. Not too sure who did win the toss, but we'll introduce the rest of the call team. Introduce the rest of the call team soon for this massive Eastland match of the round, the Division 3 qualifying final between Surrey Park and Knox.
Joshua, you weren't involved in that quick little conversation that both Spider and I went through. Where do you reckon the game's quickly going to be won? Where do you reckon it'll be won?
Halfback, I reckon. I think both sides, whoever uses the ball better off a halfback flank will, it'll hold each side in good. It will help their team get the job done with and there's certainly a lot of talent as the call team is slowly assembling. Riding shotgun with me today. It's an absolute pleasure to be back alongside this man after he got a bit of a tan in Bali last weekend, and that's Ben Warren Smith. Afternoon, BWS.
Very good afternoon to you, Josh and Brash and the gang. It's great to be out at Jubilee. I haven't been out here since the redevelopment, so it's been a long time between drinks, and it's been a long time since we've watched Knox play football as well. Really keen to see how this game's going to pan out today. They're on a roll, aren't they, Knox? And that's the sort of form we want to bring into this final series. But it's a game which can absolutely go any way, and the conditions look absolutely perfect out there. The playing groups, they're very young, and they'll be thriving for it today. The buzz hung around the rooms a bit while you guys were doing pre-match, and it was pretty exciting. And today I'm going for Knox to win by 6 points.
Well,
fair enough. Brash, your tip?
Well, I woke up on Friday morning thinking, okay, Knox are going to get one chance at beating Surrey, and I'm going Knox 16 points.
BWS to get us underway in the Eastland match of the round.
So the umpire throws the ball up. First quarter out here in the qualifying final. Knocked down there by Allison. Came charging through was Fisher for Knox. On the right boot, goes up inside forward 50, but getting back and underneath it was Jack Wood to take a timely mark for the Panthers. Might be looking for a switch here. So it'll be Surrey Park kicking to the Canterbury end of the ground, Canterbury Road end of the ground, but big strong mark's been taken in the middle there by the big man Gavin Pears. Had a great season. Kicked it across into the middle there. O'Brien's by himself, takes the mark. The tempo's not huge at the moment. Both sides just working each other out. Short
Boundary.
pass into the middle. Cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Well, Blake's not down
to
here. But
Besto.
it's a Freudian slip. Boys, down here on the boundary, conditions are really good. So there's no wind at all. It's a beautiful day. Well, it's not a beautiful day, but the ground's in great nick. And at the moment, there's no rain to speak of. My tip, if you're interested, I'm going for Knox. Set a tight one.
As Surrey have it inside 50 now after Hendon sent it in there, but Knox composed themselves. And taking the relieving mark is Jack O'Neill. He's on the far side, gets it to James Fisher. He has it at the right half-back flank for Knox on this far side of Jubilee Park. Looks to go down the line. His kick might not have been the greatest, but it still might work out for Knox. It doesn't. Sardis intercepts it. Goes to short ball in the direction of Naidu. Tapped it back to Hayden Smith. Dodged his way past a couple. He's got Kane Hendon short. Come back to the club in the past couple of seasons. Back on a full-time playing basis this year. Goes to one of the mid-season recruits for Surrey Park in Jack Mann. The two former Donny men combining.
I reckon Hanlon is number 27 and Gavin Pears is 28.
As Naidu has it on the far side, up against 4 Knox, I should say. And the Falcons managed to turn it over. Love works it out through hands, although his handball was nearly intercepted. Vitaka, Smith sends it to the hot spot. Intercept mark taken down, and was a good one by Mitch Greaves.
So Greaves, a little chip over the top, somewhat dangerous, but it's okay. Back pocket. Love. No, in fact, it's Edwards, I should say. Goes back. So Greaves again. Relieving kick on the out to the far side. Hanlon, little handball. That was okay. Knox just working themselves along the wing. A scrambly little kick. Found Barlow, who just tried to paddle it or handball it to his own advantage. Had to go in after it again, and he did so. It was a good second effort, but he was quickly wrapped up by Woods. And we'll have a ball up right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3 minutes into this first term, and it's a no score either side as the ball looked like it's going to go out, but kept alive there by Jimmy Fisher. Up towards the half-forward line, a bouncing ball at wrong and well there for Anderson. He had some running support there in Barlow. He broke the tackle, brute strength, but a good smother ensued. O'Brien was there to mop up the pieces. He kicks it long. He's going towards the Greaves direction. Couldn't quite take the mark. He went after it again, but Surrey Park have the numbers, and they'll be able to relieve Josh.
It's Hayden Smith who goes to this broadcast side, winding in the direction of Brendan Fallahay. He couldn't cleanly pick up the ball, now up against 2 Knox. Applies a really good tackle there on Murray Edwards. Umpire's going to bing him.
That is a really good finals tackle there by Fallahay.
Absolutely it is. He looks to set it up inside 50 in the direction of Jasper Mundy, who takes the mark. Got Jake Summers steep. He's up against 2. Or in fact, he's up against Tom Weir, but Mundy looks like he's going back. Blake Tennant on special comments. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, just that defensive work there by Surrey Park was really good, and that follow-on tackle there, that's what you want in a big final, boys.
Absolutely. As Mundy comes in from a 45-degree angle, kicking from the 50-metre arc. Leaves the boot really well. It's drifting back, and Mundy has the first goal of this match of the round. The ball gets the goal for Surrey Park. It's 1 straight 6, the Panthers. Knox yet to score. 4 minutes played here, first quarter, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, that was just reward there for that perfect tackle by Fallahay.
Boundary side to Jared Beanland for the first time today, and welcome back as well, Jared.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to be back, of course. As for my tip, despite that goal that Surrey Park just kicked, I'm going for Knox in a tight one, 2-3 goals perhaps. They're in better form, I would say, and know how to beat Surrey Park at this point.
Paul Ukone in the Stats Centre as well. Welcome. Your tip for this game?
Yeah, I'm going to go Surrey Park by about 1 to 2 goals.
Rucks go at it. Hanlon versus Allison, who got the knockdown. Favourite Knox at the fall. The ball was Love, who picked it up and slammed it on his boot. Goes in towards the top of the goal square. Greaves was there at the back of the pack. Can he get boot to ball going? No, he can't. Sees it over and out. Paul Ukone at the Stats Centre.
Yeah, the clearances so far are 3 to zip in favour of Knox, and the inside 50s are 5 to 3 in favour of Knox.
Both sides are not afraid to use the whip for this big Jubilee Park ground this afternoon.
And we are in the best spot in the house. There's absolutely no doubt about that. As the umpire throws it into a shallow, stolen by Greaves, got boot to ball. Will this go through? That'll be some sort of a goal and an early contender, but it's not. It's a minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we hit the 5.5-minute mark of this first term and the qualifying final in Division 3, and it's a 5-point lead to the Panthers.
George Haynes will take this kick in. One of the senior-most players in this Surrey Park lineup. Eyes looking to this broadcast side, instead decides to go to Chris Sardis, who has it still in his defensive half. Come back to the club. He played his juniors in after playing a couple of years with Blackburn. Really good kick to Taden Vitaka. He's got Jake Summers short, but it was too short, the kick, and intercepted by Joe Murphy. Got James Fisher, who's had plenty of it in these opening stages at the left half forward flank. His eyes are darting inside 50. Greaves will look to come in from the side. He's up against 3 Surrey Park players. Knox have the numbers on the ground. One of those, Braden Barlow, couldn't get clean possession. Peters gets it to Angus Sutherland. Handballs it to Taden Vitaka. Dashes off his opponent. His kick might pay off. Valahay came in from behind. It was a really good effort there by Knox's captain, Ethan Murray. Courageous. And Knox have the chance to rebound. They have it in the middle of Jubilee Park. Jack O'Neill goes short.
Pears.
There is Gavin Pears. Looks in the direction of Harrison Greaves, who's got Lockie Peters for company, and a really good mark by Greaves. That's been an interesting duel. First up, Harrison Greaves up against Lachlan Peters. And it's a big job for the vice-captain of this Surrey Park lineup.
Perfectly placed kick there to advantage there by Pears.
Yep, absolutely. He's been put together a stellar season, has Gavin Pears, the former Oval man, as has Harrison Greaves, coming into this game off a 9-goal haul last weekend against Warrandyte from a slide angle, 40 metres out, straight through the middle. And knocks it back. 1-1-7 the Falcons. Surrey Park 1 straight 6. 7 minutes played here, first quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Blake.
He's building, isn't he? You know, you talk about big plays in big finals. He looked no further than Harrison Greaves. Been around Knox for a while now, so it's always good to see a big moment in shine. And I'm looking forward to hopefully he has a big afternoon, because he's primed for this sort of position, boys.
Really refreshing to see a drop punt kicked from 50 metres out as well, instead of snapping around the body like we do in the bigger league. Let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, I was just going to say, boys, Harrison Greaves, if anyone knew where the big sticks are at some, he's had 60 goals, would you believe, this year. So that's number 61 for season 2024.
It's all over at our man Besto boundary side this afternoon with Jared Beeland, who's completely bronzed, and we're all jealous, there's no doubt about that, as the umpire throws it up. Getting a little hand on it there was Murray. He's going to get a free kick, no. It's to Love. So Knox to go forward again, looking for the lead from Gravy. Presented pretty well there, the big man, and good Jukes as well. I saw it a mile away. That was a fantastic lead-up brash from the top of the goal square, and the kick was absolutely sublime.
Yeah, it certainly was, and this is how you want your full forward, that leading full forward. He got that 2-metre break, and the kick was perfectly put in his direction.
So Harrison Greaves for 2 goals in as many minutes. This time the angle is very minimal. He comes in from 40 metres out, gets underneath it. Can he scrape this one home? He pushed it to the left-hand side. He'll be disappointed with that effort, and the Surrey Park fans, including Josh Ward, breathed a sigh of relief early in this first term. 1-2-8 Knox, they have the lead, and Surrey Park 1 straight 6.
I wonder if that's going to force Kenworthy to have a look at that matchup very quickly.
The Saints go short to the right back pocket, Kane Hendon.
Sorry, Josh, I had to throw one in.
No, fair enough. Understandably so. Goes to the left back pocket, there's Hendon, back to Haynes. Kick was a bit of a shonky one from Haynes, and it's out of bounds. Ryan Simmons couldn't keep it in play, and we'll have it inside forward 50 for Knox, who've had the better start in this contest. 9 minutes played on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They lead 1-8.
Boundary.
Surrey Park 1 straight 6. Boundary side to Jared Beanland. Thanks to Tome Brothers.
If I'm looking bronze, then Harry Greaves is looking just about golden. But at the other end of the ground, we've got Jake Summers being followed by Tom Weir as another matchup to look out for.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks to Jared there for keeping us up to date on all the matchups around across the ground this afternoon, as we have this ball tossed up, still in the same position. Peters won that hit out, sees it out of bounds, and we'll have this ball tossed back into play.
The Knox midfield are working really hard at the moment to keep that ball in their forward 50.
Well, it's sitting across that half-forward line for them, so the Falcons looking for another chance to score here. Peters had the front spot at the ground level. It was nicely done by Vitaka, who I think got tripped, did he? Oh, no, he lost the ball.
Good tackle.
So free kick going the way of Knox. Little chip kick goes inside forward 50. Probably just didn't have enough purchase on it in the end. Murray couldn't quite pull it down, so the Panthers with the relieving kick goes out towards the wing position now, but Knox do have the numbers. Spinning himself through was Edwards on the right boot. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Holding in a good mark there was Morris. Going to swing around on the left now. Kick goes up towards that direction in Greaves again. He had one bite. It was knocked away from him at the fall. The ball nicely done there, though, by Haynes. He had a little bit of support. Summers has come a long way up from the goals, and he's going to maybe take possession here in the back pocket, but he just didn't have enough speed on him. Weir was too quick. His kick was half smothered. They might get out of danger here, Surrey Park. There was a lot of players coming in hard there. Good umpiring just to let this one go. It's a final, and that's what we want. We hit the deck, and we will have a ball up 60 metres out from the Knox goal line.
It's definitely cooking up here, boys, isn't it? Just the tension and feeling of this first final, which is what you want.
As Knox attempt to get the clearance here, Stuckey chucks it on the boot to the left forward pocket. The mark taken. That was a really good mark taken there. And that was by Jackson Anderson, the former Roval man, one of a few former Roval players in this lineup. And he came back in last week, kicked 4 against Warrandyte. This was his first goal.
This will be a fair kick if he can kick this.
An early
last 8 or 9 minutes.
What are the inside 50s, Paul?
12-5 in favour of Knox at this point.
That makes sense.
That's a bit of a damning stat early.
It is. Taking off, Mitch Greaves gets every bit of 50, 60 metres on that one. It went out towards the Hanlon direction, who only wanted one result, and that was over the boundary line, the big man. So he sees it over and out. We'll have a boundary throw-in, half-forward line for Surrey Park.
Played the exact discipline play. That's what you want. Can't mark it, punch it. Out of play.
That's Ryan Simmons going up in ruck against Hanlon. Hanlon with the big tap. Man won't run onto it first. They'll go out of bounds. Right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Boundary.
Reach 117 Surrey Park. Knox 32-20. Boundary side.
Just from ground level, it feels like Knox have brought a lot more of the pressure, but not only that, when they create the turnover, they've been cleaner with the ball as well, which is interesting given that it's a team that hasn't played finals and in this pressure for quite a few years now.
Ball tossed back into play. Hanlon nearly took it out of ruck, but instead got it down to Stuckey. Surrey Park managed to nearly escape the stoppage, but doing well there was Aaron Taylor. His kick was an error and one, and Marnes running away from the stoppage. Got it to his mate Hendon, sends it inside 50 in the direction of Summers. Ball from behind, and it was a good one from Tom Weir. It's Lachlan Summers picking it up. He was looking for his brother Jake, and Jake's injured, but Summers is injured down behind play, as Surrey Park might get a shot on goal here through Tom Smith. Straight through the middle. And the Panthers get the much-needed response. Tom Smith with the much-needed goal for them. 2-1-13. Surrey Park knocks 3-2-20. 17 minutes gone first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They just had a few more numbers there where that ball went. Surrey Park. Knox sort of overcommitted to the left-hand side of the ground. That quick turnover was a 4-1, and Smith managed to get right onto the end of that, and without really that much pressure was able to run into goal and kick it.
Entertaining first term, there's no doubt about that. We might just let Josh call the whole game because he's calling all the goals at the moment. It's raining them. It's fantastic.
I forgot to say, boys, so we gave Dean O'Neill a quick shout out as well. He always comes down for a media game when we're down here.
Except that he started the game 9 minutes early, so
so
you weren't too bad going for that ad break earlier, Josh. It was right on time for us.
Talk about perfect time.
Pye throws it up. Marn came in. He threw his head back, doing a Joel Selwood. Umpire didn't want a bar of it. And we'll have another ball up right in the middle here of Jubilee. It's definitely an entertaining game early on. Marn overran it, picked up by Smith, who kicked the last goal. Looping handball over the back. It came back to Ryan Simmons. They'll work themselves backwards to go forwards here, the Panthers. And a beautiful kick goes up towards the wing position. Pataka came out. He almost could have got 25 then. A little bit unlucky as the kick goes up towards the Marn direction, who had to beat two players plus a sloppy kick to boot. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in. And the Knox interchange and coaching panel getting their first touch of the day. The boundary umpire comes into position. Across the half-forward line here for Surrey Park. Kicked the last goal. They trailed by 7. A fresh air shot by both sides, but at the back of the pack there, nicely done there by Pears, who had a teammate at centre-half back who could link up with as the kick goes now up towards the half-forward line. A big crunch of players at the fall of the ball. Nicely done there by Goyne, who got stripped to the ball.
Great
Holding
tackle.
the ball. It is fantastic tackle there by Ryan Kennedy, and it'll be a chance for the Panthers to reprieve again.
Yeah, good to tackling. Pressure being from both teams, boys. It's been very elite at the moment.
Certainly has.
And looks like Goyne's staying behind play as well.
Mundy linked up nicely there with Khan, who got it over the top. The kick goes up towards the top of the goal square. It just floated in the end. It just floated over the top of Lockie Summers and eventually bounced through for one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we hit the basically time on here in the first term of the qualifying final, and it is a one straight kick the difference. Knox leading 20-14.
They've just steadied a little bit in the last couple of minutes, Surrey Park.
Greaves kicks straight through the spine to Jordan Love.
Gone.
Goal to play on.
Oh, he's
or
gone.
Not.
He's paid
It's
the 25.
What for?
Coming too close over
the mark.
So it's a 25-metre penalty. So they've taken one kick and are already in the middle of Jubilee Park and Knox. And it's Jordan Love. Goes to the far side forward pocket. Sardis came flying in and will get a free kick. Front on contact.
A free kick against Murray, I believe.
I believe it was. The captain coming in with the front on contact, and it'll be Chris Sardis. Been terrific since coming back to
He's had a good year.
He has. Coming back to Surrey Park. Goes short to Woods. Got Haynes at this right back pocket. He's got Can caught short, but decides to go longer to Garvin. Couldn't take the mark. There to pounce on the ground is Chris Butler, but Garvin still did really well. Managed to get a handball out to Tom Smith. Tried to get his way through two. Mine picks up the ground ball really cleanly. Got Can back. He's got Vitaka screaming for it on this broadcast side. Instead goes to Jake Summers. Summers has got Can short as they look to just chip it around. Do the Panthers.
Marnes lifted his work rate in the last 10 minutes.
As Cam with a really good kick to Lockie Bacon. Gives the handball received to Cal Garvin. Sets it inside 50 in the direction of Fallahay. He might be in this contest. He isn't. It's Chris Butler.
Oh.
Will be taken not high. Umpire
blindsided the umpire was then.
I'll have this ball tossed up inside forward 50 for Surrey Park.
Yeah, and they'll have a go at it too. Mundy had the front spot. Running onto it there was Bacon. Scrambly kick up towards the forward pocket. Chasing after it, Lockie Summers. He's not going to reach it either as his opponent, Kyle Gwynn. And we'll have a boundary throw in left behind post. 21.5 gone. This first term, an entertaining one. It's a good pace of football. The weather's been kind. Besto's pretty happy. It's the first time he hasn't been rained on the boundary in about 2 months. The umpire throws it in now. Kept alive, has it just, little handball. This is going to be okay. Edwards got boot to ball and he got it out of that danger zone and it was a good kick too. One bounce into touch and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Yeah, just got some scores around the grounds, boys. I've got Roval leading 8 to East Ringwood 7 at this stage. So big game that one, boys.
Nicely done there. Blake Tennant around the groundsman and special comments today as well as umpire throws it in. In the front position was Ryan Simmons. The fall, the ball scooped up by Morris, quickly tackled, going nowhere. Marn's got him. A bit of a bear hug when Marn gets you. Paul Yaconi on the stats bench.
Tackles so far are 11 to 7 away of Surrey Park.
Very nicely done. Vitaka was in there across the forward 50, laid a tackle. A strong one, and we'll have another ball up. So just a little bit stagnant in the last minute or so. But it's across the half forward line for Surrey Park as it's stolen out of the ruck there by the big man in Hanlon. Got it away. Here's Taylor. Little toe poke over the top up towards the half forward line. Good fist over the back there by Haynes. He had some support there in Woods. Chasing after it but couldn't be able to trap it. There was Braden Barlow and we will have a boundary throwing. Let's go throw it over to Josh so someone can kick a goal.
I reckon
just got another one. Sorry, before we go to boundary. I've also got Baronia lead 12 to Ringwood 0, but it's if Baronia want to win, it's their first win since 2014 that they've beaten Ringwood at Tormore Reserve, boys. So there you go.
I can't do that. That is, you're lucky not to be giving a 25-metre penalty away for that.
Absolutely.
Cards coming out.
Yeah.
And to Marn.
Want to explain what happened, Brash?
Yeah, he basically went and tackled the player, but it was a really vicious sort of aggressive type of tackle that just threw the player to the ground.
Well, we've got a bit of time, so we'll go down boundary side. I believe we got the call.
Just a quick update on the weather, actually. The sun has actually come out. It's actually quite pleasant. There's some nasty black clouds overhead, but I don't know which way they're travelling, to be honest. But bit of blue sky, sun's out, so let's hope it stays like this.
Thanks to Brett Beston down there on the boundary doing a terrific job alongside Jared Beanland. Thanks to Tobin Brothers, as it looks like it's Jordan Love who will take this free kick at the right half forward flank. He sets it up to the hot spot. Surrey have plenty of numbers, but Knox have one in Harrison Greaves. Sardis manages to clear the goal line, but it's still inside forward 50 and Knox have possession of it.
It's holding the ball.
And it is holding the ball.
He ducked his head and then tried to ride the tackle and win a free kick, and
they're really hesitant on that one, Brash, these days, especially in all leagues.
It's a risky handball by Sardis to not go through for a behind and just bring it back into play, but it's worked out okay.
Very risky as Hendon got the free kick, goes to the far side to Jack Woods, who has the left half back flank for Surrey. Handball over the top to Kennedy, who spilled it, but still had plenty of time. Had Blair as a handball option, decides to ignore him, weaves his way through one. Yeah. His kick wasn't great, and it's intercepted by Mitch Greaves. Had a pretty positive start. Paul Yaconi, Stats Centre.
Yeah, Knox have taken 5 intercept marks in his first quarter to 1 for Surrey Park.
It's Greaves. He took that intercept mark just before. Goes to the far side wing, looking for Harrison Greaves. It's Kennedy there on the ground. He just spilt it though under pressure from Harry Greaves. Manages to get it back to Lockie Peters. His ball inboard was a really good one to Jasper Mundy. Got it out to Jamie Clare, who has it on the far side wing. Looks in the direction of Tom Smith, up against 2. It's Can on the ground. He gets the flying shot, and it's a shank out of bounds on the fall.
The one thing that Knox have been able to do a lot better than what Surrey have been able to do is they're kicking to position to their key forwards. They haven't hit a target, Surrey, they haven't hit Summers yet, whereas Greaves has had 4 gilt edge opportunities.
As he takes this free kick, does Mitch Greaves, and he turns it over to Jamie Blair. He had Hendon calling for it short, but decides to set it to Lachlan Summers, and Perfect. It was a really good kick.
And that's what I mean. It's the first time that they've been able to kick the ball into position for a Surrey forward 50 player to run onto it.
And it's Lachlan Summers, the beneficiary. True centre half forward. He'll probably be kicking from all right on inside the 50-metre arc. Come back to the club he played his juniors at alongside the likes of Chris Sardis, Kane Hendon throughout the last couple of seasons. From pretty much directly in front, presented as a forward option this year. He sends it from the arc. It might fall short. It's to the right. And Surrey Park moved to 2-3-15. Knox 3-2-20. 26.5 minutes gone first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Mitch Greaves to bring the ball back in. Getting, no doubt, some advice from the Panther boys behind the goals.
Definitely, yeah. When it comes to finals time, the pressure's on, so
yeah. Greaves uses the grandstand side this time, and going up for it is Harrison Greaves, who's come a long way out from goal, picked up there by Nadu, got the handball out. It's across the half-forward line still for Surrey. Little handball over the top. O'Neill was there, brought to ground by Hendon. Sensational tackle. It's 55 metres out, a chance to snag the lead here, Surrey Park late in this first term. It's a little bit too far out to score, so he's going to kick it to the hot spot, and why wouldn't you go there? Who's going to take the mark? Almost was there with Summers at the fall. The ball nicely, though, done there by Knox. Butler linked up well, and on the right boot, his Pears goes up towards the half-forward line. It was a stupid kick, though. It just went to no one in the end, and now Panthers have time just to weigh up the options, and through Sardis, goes out wide. Dropping what he probably should have taken there was Woods, but that's okay. They've still got the numbers here, Surrey Park. Now the kick goes inside forward 50. Who's going to be the flyer? Went straight through Summers' hands. It's almost like the sun that didn't exist was in his eyes. And Smith wrapped up the football, but he got wrapped up. But the umpire was in to quickly restart this one. This is what we like to see, a little bit of holding in the ruck potentially as a siren sounds to announce quarter time out here, and what an entertaining first term it was in the Division 3 qualifying final, and a quarter time it is Knox leading by 5 points, 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to 2-3-15. There's only one major goal kicker on the ground, and that is Greaves, Harrison Greaves for Knox, whilst Anderson has one each to Mundy and Tommy Smith for the Panthers. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast of 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 down, 3 to go. We'll be back right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Division 3 qualifying final sees Knox lead at quarter time 3-2-20 to Surrey Park 2-3-15. Josh Woody alongside Ben Warren Smith, Blake Tennant, Paul Yukone, Wayne Brasher and Jared Beanland and Brett Beston down on the boundary. Certainly an interesting first quarter, a high-paced first quarter at times, but you feel like Knox in that first quarter, BWS, they probably deserved this quarter time advantage with the way they played the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say, but to Surrey Park's credit, they certainly bounced back in that last 5 minutes or so and could have quite easily gone in with the slender lead. What you get the feeling about Brash in this game is that it's a fast pace, it's tough, and it's going to go down to the wire.
It will, because both sides play that high octane energy sort of game, which is suited to finals condition. You can't help but feel, though, if the game doesn't stay close, one side's going to run out of petrol tickets real early, and it could turn out to be a blowout. Let's hope it doesn't happen.
And also, what I'm saying is how intense is the tackling pressure been? Yeah. Surrey Park, they've probably laid about, I've seen 4 good tackles, and they've kind of resulted into getting inside their 450 a bit. So the tackling pressure's been elite as well, but Knox, I feel like they're just taking a few more risks. That's what I'm saying.
We're going down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Thanks, guys. I've got James Kenworthy, coach of Surrey Park, mate. It was a very good latter half to the quarter. What do you think changed just during that play?
I think we started winning it. Early first half of that quarter, Knox got their hands on it and they were looking for their main man, Greaves. They were right on top.
And the message for the boys for the second quarter, what was the main focus for you?
Main one was just be calm with the footy. They're 3 goals, our turnovers, so we're just butchering the ball a bit, so just really slow and controlled, get good looks inside 50 for us.
Thanks, mate. Have a good game.
Boundary
side to Brett Beston, who was at the Knox huddle.
Well, I was trying to listen to Steve Buckle, but he's very quietly spoken and he kept turning his head away from me. But I managed to ascertain that he was happy with the start. He wants him to cover the corridor because he reckons the best chance for Knox will be to force Surrey Park to go down the line because he thinks Knox have got an advantage in the aerial game. That was the main message at quarter time.
I also think too the way that Knox were delivering the ball to their key forwards was much better than what Surrey Park have been able to do.
Back that comment, Brush, because they felt like Greaves was in the right positions where the Summers was probably in a few different bad positions as well, which was. But I'm hoping that they can change this for the second quarter.
It still looks like he's got Harrison Greaves actually for company.
They made a change, have they, Josh?
They haven't. Peter started with Harrison Greaves, so...
Yeah, I don't know about that one, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, look, there's only 5 points in the game. You've got to back your defender, and to give him a chance.
You've got to back your system in too, Brash. So
Ben Warren Smith to get us underway in the second quarter.
Allison versus Hanlon. They wrestled for it in the end. Hanlon got the knockdown over the top at a free kick. He's going the way of Surrey Park. A little bit of holding there on Tom Smith. Jordan Love is filthy about that decision. Smith switches it out wide. Great to see this sunshine as Hayden Smith now on the right boot. Good kick up forward. Jasper Mundy, who kicked a goal in the first term, takes the mark. Swings around now on the left. The kick is not great though.
That's what we talked about just then, Brash. That's what we were talking about.
So a chance for Knox in the last line of defence just to work themselves out. Big man Hanlon had to get down relatively low to take that mark. That was pretty easy for him. Short passes on.
Oh, hello.
And then the old-fashioned barrel. We don't get to see that too often. A best 60-metre bomb out there as it's been trapped there by Sardis, who got brought to ground but got the handball out just in the nick of time, but it went 20 metres backwards. Little kick off the ground to no avail. Inside forward 50, Knox go. Aaron Taylor takes the mark, and he'll have a ping from about 35 out, 45-degree angle.
Kick to space, Blake, where they had runners running into the contest.
Exactly what we were just speaking about then. You know, that is definitely... Knox are just finding their targets so easily compared to Surrey Park.
Aaron Taylor comes in and he kicks it towards goal, and it just falls short. First rule of Fight Club is when a player kicks a goal, wrap up your speech quickly, Blake.
Sorry.
Don't worry, mate. I've done it many a time.
Thousands. First score. Sorry, Brad. First score on the board. 21-15. It's a 6-point margin.
As George Haynes will take this kick in, looks to this broadcast side, half-back flank, and finds Kane Hendon. Started to lift it up in the latter stages of that first quarter, did Hendon.
Well, he had to because Marn's gone off the ground for indiscretion.
As Haynes now has it. He's got Garvin calling for it. Goes shorter to Woods. Floated with danger, but still took the mark, did Jack Woods. Down the line, looking for Allison. That was a good mark taken by the big man. On three under-19s eligible players playing in the lineup today for Surrey Park, alongside Angus Sutherland. And Jasper Mundy is Allison. Couldn't find Lachlan Summers. He gets hands on this ball eventually. Goes short, trying to find Hendon, but instead turned it over. Knox in turn turned it over themselves, and Bacon has got Jamie Blair. He's got Smith running through the middle of the ground. Does Glenn Smith sends it inside 50 in the direction of Brennan Fallahay. Couldn't take the mark. It's Summers there on the ground, but it's good pressure, good composure from Knox. Jack O'Neill goes short to Dyson Norris, and they have the chance to rebound to the Falcons.
Certainly do, as the kick goes out wide, and Tom Weir takes the mark across that half back line. He's going to use the grandstand side. He's going to go towards the Hanlon direction, who used his body well. Dropped what he probably should have taken, though. There to mop up the pieces was Garvin. Looping handball over the top. Here's Hendon, usually a good user of the footy. Drives the ball inside forward 50, and just on cue he did that. It was a 40-metre superb kick and a great mark taken as well. Well, just finding space, really, when you shouldn't be left alone when you're about 40 metres out directly in front. And Brennan Fallahay will have a ping for the Panthers to put them in front for the first time since the opening minutes of this clash.
That's the best use I've seen inside 50 for Surrey Park so far in this game.
So Fallahay, he'll kick from directly in front. Has to go 45 metres though. He gets underneath it. He thumps it long and he thumps it straight. Surrey Park hit the lead out here at Jubilee Park. It only took them 4 minutes into the second term, and it's a very minor one. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, is it a draw, is it? 3-3-21. Yeah, currently a draw. I should never doubt Lee Green and his scoreboard, that's for sure. Let's go down boundary side.
Yeah, one man that'll be feeling as sick as a dog will be Gavin Pearce. He dropped that mark over here just in front of us on the wing, and it effectively led to the goal. So he needs to pick himself up, and I'm sure he will.
So Surrey Park have the first goal of this second quarter, and Ben Warren Smith finally has a goal
Hurrah!
to call for.
And then I got the score wrong.
Back in the middle, Hanlon took it out of ruck. Kick was slightly smothered by Hendon, but it's still going to go inside forward 50. Sardis coming in from the side, couldn't completely pick it up. It's Woods who does, manages to get a handball away to Sardis. Goes inboard, and it was a very dangerous one. There's fumbles all around this left half-back flank, but it's Surrey who win out. Connor Ryan Simmons got Ken streaming through the middle, but the handball was overcooked. Went up against Goyne. It's Ken who wins out. Could take a bounce, but just decides to send it long in the direction of Brennan Fallahay. He takes the juggling mark. And two talisman of this Surrey Park outfit, Nick Can and Brennan Fallahay combine. And it's Fallahay who's going to go back and potentially give Surrey Park the lead for the first time since the opening stages of this contest. Similar spot from before. Closer in, though, as Brennan Fallahay.
Well, he's a renowned goal kicker, Josh. He's proven over the years, and he comes to play in the finals. He's been always one of Surrey's best players in the finals.
Absolutely. As he comes in now, does Brennan Fallahay, and gives the Panthers back the lead.
Loves the celebration too, Josh.
Boundary. He certainly does love one. 4-3-27 Surrey Park. Knox 3-3-21. We crossed down boundary side thanks to Tobin Brothers.
The celebrations from behind the goal started right as the ball left his boot, so it was obviously perfect. And why not as well? Because the sun's just started poking its head out from behind the clouds, and it looks like there's a bit of blue sky ahead.
Don't jinx it, Jared. I did it this morning, and it started raining. So
I don't know.
You calling the women's this morning, were you, Blake?
Yeah, I was actually. BWS, good game there. The Bayswater won today, so a big game for them, and they're in the grand final playing against Ferntree Gully.
Fantastic stuff.
Ball currently lost.
They might have to get the secondary ball here.
They never seem to have a secondary ball. I can't understand that.
Here we go.
I don't understand. There's heaps of Surrey Park people, but they just don't want to get the ball.
Take over, Brash.
I just think that the opening 6 minutes, Surrey Park have recovered their composure and the way that they've tidied up their back six, and their back six are starting to run, and that's causing real problems for Knox because they're kicking the ball long and catching Knox one out in a lot of their forward 50s.
And they're having more space too, Brush. You know, we said it just before, and they've actually laced up 2 forwards now in a row, which is good.
Eventually the ball's back in the middle, but let's cross down boundary side thanks to Tobin Brothers.
I was just about to point out that there was a secondary ball that was about to come on, but it only came on just when the first ball came.
Well, the ball goes up towards the half-forward line. Lost my mic there for a sec, but it's recovered as Woods did just that as well. Floats one, but it's going to go in the middle and it's going to drop short. Little handball over the top there. Finds Gwyn for Knox up towards the half-forward line, but the kick, there's a couple of errors by both sides there. Sardis in position A takes it across the half-back line. He's got players grandstand side, short if he wants to go that way. Woods is screaming for it. That's been ignored. He got very close to the man on the mark here, but he kicks up towards the Summers direction. He had 3 players to beat that time, Jakey. As the ball hits the deck, in there was Edwards for Knox. Umpire comes in and is going to bounce this one.
And that's one thing that Knox have done really well in keeping Jake Summers out of the contest by playing 2 or 3 on him.
A little bit of holding in the ruck there. I thought Murray might have given away a free kick, but Surrey Park still working themselves forward here. The handball by Glare couldn't quite reach the target. The Falcons do have the numbers, but a risky kick goes across the face. Almost coughed it up. Surrey have got the numbers here. Here's Smith on the right boot. Drives it in towards the forward pocket. What a magnificent kick. It was Smith to Smith in the end, and Tommy takes the mark, and he's only about 20 metres outside angle. Well, as we go to Paul Yaconi in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, they're really using their targets early in this quarter. Surrey Park, they've taken 3 marks forward 50-1.
Well, they got off to a slow start in the first term. They've certainly rectified that. They've listened to the instructions of Coach James Kenworthy. Tom Smith, he kicked a goal in the first, did love one in the second. The crowd will tell the story. Well, they cheered for it because they wanted to con the umpire. He was not having a bar of that one, Dave Parker.
They were telling a story.
And it's not Dave Parker. He's down the right end. He's got his name mentioned twice now. He'll be happy, Dave Parker. Bendigo back scoreboard. 3-3-21. Knox trailing by 7 points. 4-4-28. The Panthers have started this term well.
One of our mate Birdie's enjoying a Singapore sling, BWS.
Never know. I don't know what time it is over there.
They're only 2 behind us.
Well, there you go.
This Greaves kick in was nearly cut off, but Knox managed to compose themselves on this centre wing. Ryan Simmons, though, was pushed in the back. And we'll get this free kick. We'll corner Ryan Simmons. Got players calling for it in the middle of the ground, but Knox have covered up in the middle pretty well, so he might be forced to go down the line, which he does now in the direction of Lockie Summers. Tried to outmuscle his opponent, couldn't. Fisher's there on the ground. It's Claire with the smother. It was a really good smother out of bounds for Boundary Thorn Blake.
Yeah, just got some scores around the grounds, boys. Braveville lead 22 to East Ringwood 21. Vermont 39 to Norwood 22. Blackburn lead 26 at Doncaster East 21. So your boys there, BWS, they're putting up a fight.
Ball toss back into play. Edwards won the tap down from behind, but it's Bacon who sharked the clearance. He gets it inside 50 in the direction of Jake Summers. Couldn't take the mark. Fallahay's on the ground. Misses. He's looking dangerous when in Fallahay inside forward 50 for Surrey Park.
Probably should have kicked that.
He should have, but it's 4-5-29 Surrey Park. Knox 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 10.5 minutes played here for the second quarter.
Tom Smith and Renan Fallahay are starting to create real headaches for the Knox back 50. They're going to have to tighten up on those two.
Naval Park lead 2 as well, boys. 14 to 13 over Baldwin.
Greaves to bring the ball back in. Paul Yukoni.
Inside 50 so far in this quarter are 6-3 the way of Surrey Park.
Yeah, not surprising there either as the kick went all the way into the middle.
I thought that was a mark for a second.
It almost was going to be paid a mark. Will O'Brien came over the top and got a hand on it. Still probably a little bit stiff not to be paid Surrey's way, but nonetheless, we're right in the middle here at the moment. Jubilee as the umpire throws it up. A lot of players around this ball. Hendon was on hands and knees. He's gang tackled. Going nowhere, and we'll have another throw up.
Park Orchards lead 29 to Mitcham 7. So that's a big one. North Ringwood lead South Belgrade 24-21.
Nadu got the quick run out. Oh, Smith just had all the time in the world in the end. Kicked it towards the top of the goal square. Probably let himself down with that disposal. And it'll be a ball up only 12 metres out from goal.
Boundary.
Go down to Jared Beanland.
Time in the sin bin is over. Jack Mann is just about to come back on the ground. And there's a blood rule, according to the umpire, just spotted.
Yeah, Jake Summers coming off here, so he might have copped one in the cop one on the chin.
I've got another one too. I think the biggest one in Division 2. Mulgrave lead Templestowe 20-13. No, that doesn't mean anything with today's game for finals for Ringwood, or is that officially done now for Ringwood, Josh?
Oh,
It's a bit early.
Bit too early, yeah.
Umpire throws it up. It's only 15 metres out from goal. Quick kick out of the danger zone by Edwards. Bouncing football. Now it's a foot race. Love will be the first player to meet it. It bounced away from him at the crucial stage. Had support from Anderson. Got the quick handball back. They need to work something out here. Under pressure there was Fisher on the right boot. Kicks it into towards the middle of the ground, but nobody was home. But the fumbled into the crucial stage was Kennedy. But they do have the numbers. Kennedy's back up and Kennedy's back down. Holding the ball, free kick to Knox in the middle. They want to move this one off quickly. They've got players out wide in O'Brien. Eventually it goes to that direction, but coming in from the side there was O'Neill. The two O's were out there as he kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Murphy takes the mark. They're 2 kicks from home now. Knox, they definitely need the next one. They currently trail by 8 points, but Surrey Park have had all the play in there. Coming out, striving there for it was Greaves at the fall. The ball, he couldn't get it. And Peters comes in to lay a strong tackle on his opponent there in Jackson Anderson. And we'll have a ball up. I'm loving the quick starts here by the umpires today as Greaves got a double-fisted down in the path there of Stuckey. He got brought to ground and the umpire will do it all again.
Whitehorse lead Kilsyth 27-7 at quarter time.
So 25 metres out directly in front of the Knox goals as Greaves got the tap down. Fisher was taken eye. And James Fisher, he can go back and kick the crucial first goal in this second quarter for Knox.
They need this goal because Surrey Park have got all the momentum at the moment.
Absolutely. He's kicked 13 goals so far in his 10 senior games for Knox this year.
Good pick up from Vermont to get Fisher.
Absolutely, and he showed plenty of promise when Knox were well and truly on top in the opening stages of that first quarter as Fisher from only a slight angle around 30 metres out from goal. Goal umpire does not move. Knox get a much needed response. They move to 4-3, 27 the Falcons. Surrey Park 4-5, 29. 14 minutes gone, second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, really important goal there for Knox. Just to, stem the tide a little bit. Surrey Park have really taken the aggressive route in this opening 10 minutes of the second quarter. And it really was a goal against the grain, I thought.
Well, all of a sudden it's a 2-point margin where it was looking like it could have been a 3 to 4 goal lead to Surrey only 5 minutes ago. A couple of crucial misses. Knox right back in this one. Greaves has been moved into the middle. Went up against Marn that time.
Another interesting matchup. Pears is now going on to Tom Smith.
Allison moves in. Greaves took it straight out of the ruck, got boot to ball. It was good effort there, just couldn't quite find a teammate. Love got the receive handball, couldn't quite trap it, but he had time out and space as well on the left boot. Kicks it towards the top of the goal square, getting underneath it. They've got the numbers, but at the fall, the ball, Barlow! Around the body, kicks his first goal of the afternoon, and all of a sudden, Knox have the lead back on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 15 gone here in the second term. It's a 4-point lead.
Put that goal down to Gavin Pears because he came in and created the shepherd, which allowed the room for the Knox forward to kick the ball into the forward 50.
Yep. Just a front centre, crumbing there, well done by Barlow. He's a little bit of a sneak down there, and he's been doing that for a couple of years now for East Burwood and now Knox. So good to see Barlow getting amongst it as well.
Absolutely. He knows how to find the big sticks, does Braden Barlow. Has done plenty of times throughout his career at Eastfield and Knox. Is back up in the middle we go. Greaves nearly took matters into his own hands, but Mann came charging through and got the high free kick. He looks for Hendon as a handball option, uses him now. Hendon's kick went off the side of the boot, and there is a downfield free kick off the ball. Jack Mann was bumped off, and it's going to be a free kick to Surrey's vice-captain, Lachlan Peters. He looks in the direction of Brendan Fallahay. The kick was too short. Might have been touched off the boot, so Knox sent it straight through the middle. Woods came in from behind. Mann at the full of the ball. Can applies the tackle for Surrey Park on Stuckey.
Mann plays very much like an Anthony Brolick in Premier Division. Really tough, burly, really wants to get under the opposition's skin.
As Greaves won the tap down. Murray's there, wrapped up by 2 Surrey Park opponents. Not going to get another ball up. Right at the edge of the cricket wicket, the turf wicket out here at Jubilee Park as Greaves, yet another hit-out win. The ball locked up once again. 17 minutes gone, second quarter. Knox lead 5-3-33 to Surrey Park 4-5-29 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Forward of centre here for Knox. Greaves, each time he goes up in the ruck, he's trying to take it straight out, but scooped upon there by Mann. Got boot to ball up towards the half-forward line. It fell short in the end. All players were waiting for it. Edwards was in there, hit the deck, got stripped of the football. And just a little bit unlucky. Jasper Mundy was about to take off to the races there. He's been held up. We'll have a ball up just inside the centre square. It's now across the Surrey Park half-forward line. Lovecop won high. The umpire said okay. Mann got the handball away. The kick going forward by Vitaka! Vitaka gets the answer. It's goal for goal out here at Jubilee. This is fantastic footy. We're really enjoying it. I hope you are too. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. It's 35-33, gents.
Well, it's exactly what you want in the final. Tough contest, both sides taking the opportunities when they present themselves, capitalising on each other's mistakes. It's a game, it's a bit of a chess game at the moment, and who's going to break?
It's a good question, Brash, and it's a pretty good scoreline at the moment. Surrey Park's now kicked 3 goals to Knox 2, so it's a neck and neck battle, which is very good to see.
Absolutely, yes, we're back up in the middle. Allison going up against Harrison Greaves. Greaves won the hit out. Down he goes to Pearce, and they got the smother in, got it to Mann, to Kennedy. They worked it out really well through hands, and Kennedy's kick, will it pay off? It does. Jasper Mundy, he's got Lachlan Summers at the left half forward flank, doesn't reach him. Glares there on the ground, Knox applying some good pressure. Summers, his kick is out of bounds on the full. Up was good pressure. Led there by Carl Gwynn in defence for Knox.
No, the umpire, what's happened? The boundary umpire's called...
It's a boundary
throwing. Yeah.
Look at the cheers behind the goals from all the Surrey guys cheering the goal umpire for that decision. The goal umpire was the one that came in and made the call.
Gee, I never got cheered when I was a goal umpire.
Ball tossed back into play. Greaves managed to get front position, looking for Fisher. They managed to clear through Knox. Allison couldn't take the mark, and the Falcons will be able to pounce. Stuckey, his kick wasn't all too great. Barlow was disappointed by that one as Woods intercept goes backwards to George Haynes. He goes straight through the middle because he's got 2 players by himself. One of those, Nick Can. He can take a bounce and set it inside 50, looking in the direction of Tom Smith up against one. And the one of Knox wins out in Harry O'Brien. Handball over the top was a really good one to Dyson Morris. Smith still applying some good pressure. He manages to escape. Does Morris.
As it comes out now towards the wing position, bouncing football. Does it stay alive? It does. Taylor did well, kept it alive, but going after it can.
No, he's gone.
He's holding the ball a little bit stiff there. Probably because he just stopped.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side to Besto.
People in glass houses BWS.
It's lovely up here in the shade on the balcony as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. 25 metre penalty.
25, maybe a bit of arguing or something.
I reckon the thing about Jubilee Park, if you don't keep your width, it really does throw you forward 50 right out if you push too far forward. And we've seen that from both sides. They've gone to their forward 50, but there's been no one there to take a mark.
Yeah, here. So nearly all players forward of the ball here. So there's about 25 players inside the 50 there for Knox. Greaves. He came from behind. He couldn't pull the mark down. It's going to be hard to get this one out. Nadeau was there to lay a strong tackle. And he does just that. The umpire to come in to restart this one. We've gone 22 minutes here, time on in this second term. It's a 2-point lead to Surrey Park, who trailed at quarter time, and now Nadeau out of the back line, kicks it up towards the wing. It's a 4-on-1 situation. Summers of the Lachlan variety had to fly from the back and create the spoil. He did just that, but Weir was there for Knox. They're going backwards to go forwards here because they've got the numbers. Greaves swings around on the left. That was a beautiful kick too by Greaves, and now Knox a chance to go through the middle. Another 25-metre penalty.
What for?
So it sounds like there's a bit of back chat going on, and I don't know if it's Marn's looks like he's been near the umpire both times. There is a kick goes inside forward 50, looking for Greaves, doing a little pirouette. There was Murphy getting underneath it, almost a high tackle paid against Peters, but the umpire was right there and said he ducked into it.
And the umpires have been right on that this afternoon.
The umpiring's been fantastic today.
I think it's been all around though with the ducking around and all that.
As Greaves went up solo in ruck, managed to get it down looking for his captain Murray. It's Marn there on the ground as he tries to get escape from Aaron Taylor. He manages to get a handball back to Angus Sutherland, to Naidoo, who goes to Tane Vitaka. They have it at the left half-back flank. Vitaka's kick wasn't all too great. It still might end in Surrey hands. Knox's pressure was really good. Some good pressure all around.
I thought that kick just wasn't the greatest kick by Vitaka just then. Just needed to follow through a bit more there.
Awesome. Pull your Kone stats center quickly.
Tackles in this second quarter are 13-9 away of Surrey Park.
As Hendon got the clearance, his kick went into the middle ground and turned over. It's a really good kick from Dyson Morris in the direction of Jordan Love. He's looking for leads. In fact, he's got a man all by himself, and that is Jackson Anderson. Poor marking there from the Surrey Park defence.
And that was probably the reason why Vitaka didn't go full on with that kick, because he had no one to kick to. But in the end, he tried to kick it to space in the hope that a Surrey Park player run onto it, but in fact created the turnover.
They had options aplenty then. Love was on the other side. I'm not sure if this was the right side to go to. Needs to start it at the right goalpost.
We're right behind this for Jackson Anderson to kick his second goal of this contest from a 25-degree angle. Does it have the distance?
Yep.
You bet! And Knox hit the lead again. 6-3-39 the Falcons. Surrey Park 5-5-35. 24 minutes gone here, second quarter. Benny, go back to scoreboard.
Yeah, odds are saying, that's two passages of plays. I feel like Surrey are going back to their old habits where, their kicking is probably letting them down, especially with inside 50s, when Knox, that's two passages of play where they've actually slowed down and tried to, lace up some of their plays. They just lift up Love there to set that goal up to Anderson. So I feel like Surrey just going back to the old habits here, boys.
Yeah, Anderson has two, as does Greaves, as does Fallahay. Restarts it here. 25 gone here in the second term. It's been goal for goal. Such an entertaining game. I know we've said a number of times, but this is what finals footy's all about. We've been waiting for it for months. And it's great to see as Knox making their way up towards the half-forward line again. Man of the moment there, Anderson dropped what he should have taken. Spun around, got the handball away. O'Brien on the left boot, goes inside forward 50. Just waiting for it in front there was Fisher. Probably should have gone up for it. In the end, Bacon was there to knock it over. But it's been stolen here by Murray. Goes for goal and floats it out of bounds on the full. One of the worst shanks you'll see. He was it just didn't hit the sweet spot.
Came off the shin, maybe.
Yeah.
Gee, there's a goal gone begging.
Jeez, can they respond to you, Surrey? Can they respond?
Well, the big kick goes out towards Chris Allison, who takes the mark and Chips it over the top, and Surrey might be away here, but not quite, because a big fist just coming in from the side and getting the cheers. Braden Barlow right in front of the Knox brethren, who are up and about here. Their sides in front as we encroach on half-time.
That was too laconic for my liking there in a game like that. You're not trying to kick these fancy kicks.
Not the greatest kick there from the big man Chris Allison as he'll look to make up his own work in ruck. It's Hamlin who got the tap down. He sees it out of bounds. 27
I reckon Hanlon's really controlling the ruck. I think Allison really can't get into the contest, and they're having to use him in other places, which is right down Knox's wheel alley.
As Allison came in from the side, again the tap down from Hanlon. It's Hendon who managed to get a handball away. Naidu tried to keep it in, couldn't. And umpire will toss this ball back into play right in front of us in the broadcast position now here at Jubilee Park. 27 minutes gone, second quarter. Knox lead 6-3-39. Surrey Park 5-5-35. Thank you for tuning in. Eastland match of the round, 98.1 Radio Eastern. Streaming live across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from.
East Ringwood lead 42 to Rowville 23.
Good second quarter there from East Ringwood after they trailed their quarter time as this ball tossed back into play. Hanlon another tap down in the direction of Fisher. Really good play from the two ex-Vermont players. Fisher's kick inside 50. Woods will be able to pick it up. He might be pinged. No, he won't. Got away with one there, Jack Woods.
Park Orchards lead 32 to Mitcham 7, boys.
Notice how during the first term when Rover were winning, Ray was texting every 5 minutes, and he hasn't texted once in this second term. As the umpire comes in, it'll be a free kick to Surrey Park going the way of Marn. That defensive zone switches the play.
Are you saying Ray's a bit of a fair weather reporter, BW?
Maybe. Ryan Simmons across the defensive 50, kicks it out towards the wing position. What a strong mark that was by Woods, I should say. Across, got a nice mop on him as well. He takes a sensational mark, then he's just coughed it up. So here's Hanlon. Is there still time for Knox to get another goal? Switches it in towards the middle of the ground. Pears takes it.
He's been good, I reckon, Pears.
Yeah.
He's really dominated in that midfield.
Pears on the right boot, drives it towards the Greaves direction. And he just knew how to time that mark to perfection. He watched it in the air. He started from the back, worked his way to the front at the perfect stage, and what a great mark that was.
What a perfect kick that was too.
Another moment there, boys, in this game where a big-time player in a big final, this is a big kick.
So Harry Greaves will kick on the siren. His side currently holds a 4-point lead. Every goal, every point so crucial in a big final. He comes in now, he starts at left, it's not going to come back. It might not even make the distance. It's been knocked through for a point. It's gone through on the full, so the point does stand and every point does count. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite them. But it's half-time out here in the qualifying final. It's Division 3 finals footy at its best today. And at half-time it is Knox leading 6-4-40 to Surrey Park 5-5-35. The major goal kickers on the ground. Harrison Greaves, who just kicked that behind, has kicked 2 goals, as has Jackson Anderson. 2 goals to Renan Fallahay for Surrey Park. The rest are singles. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 half down, 1 to go. We'll be back with all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your footy right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Qualifying final action out here at Jubilee Park, Division 3. And at half-time, we've got a game on our hands. Knox lead Surrey Park by 5.6440 to 5.35. Ryan Long here with Matt Spider Lee, Brett Beston and Jared Beanland, who have both been down on the boundary. Spider, I'll start with you. Interesting first half. It was goal for goal at stages of the game. Both sides look like they have match winners on their own list. So it's all set for what should be a really interesting second half.
Well, absolutely, Ryan. Look, it's been a thrilling first half. I mean, Knox got off to a really important start. They got their noses in front. They were getting some really important forward entries. Greaves was hitting the scoreboard, which was really important for them, getting clearance out of the middle of the ground, and that's really efficient when they go into 50. Surrey Park really responded. Delahaye really important up forward for them, and he kicked a couple of goals. And they got their ball transition going with their movement, and they started to look like they were going to get on top of the game. But then Knox worked their way back into the contest, through the likes of guys like Pears and Hanlon, who's doing some really good things around the ground. Really, that ruck duel, as we promoted before the game in the pre-match, was going to be really important between Allison and Hanlon, because that's going to be one of the things at the end of this game to see who can really arrest the momentum back. So I think for Knox, they'd be really pleased with their first half. Steve Buckle spoke about it, prior to the game, the importance of getting off to the good start, but also hitting up their targets. And they're doing that up forward. When they go into 50, they're looking really dangerous and putting Surrey under enormous pressure. And the other way back, Surrey, when they go into 50, they look like they're going to score, and they do, but it's sometimes that efficiency, but also the defensive work of Knox has been really good, because they've been able to cut through the lines as well.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Jared, you look at someone like Greaves in that first quarter, looked like he might be in for a really big day, was clunking everything and runs at the ball so well and finishes off his good work, besides that last one on the siren, which was a tough shot. But they probably put a bit more attention on him in the second quarter.
They definitely have, and Knox were trying to isolate Greaves, or indeed Hanlon, when it was his turn to go down forward throughout both of those quarters. I just want to see a little bit more forward pressure and a little bit more action from the small forwards of Knox, because whenever it hits the ground in their forward line, it seems to come out a little too easily. Surrey Park's small defenders have been getting on top of them in that area, I think. They've been winning the contest really well.
I have to agree there, Jared. I think that's the most pivotal point, because when that ball does hit the ground, some of those Knox players, they look a little bit flat-footed. They've got to be at the feet of some of the tall players there, like Hanlon, when he's resting down there, Greaves, etc. So they've got to be a bit more alert to that fact, so that Surrey can't clear that ball from a defensive point of view. But when saying that, you can stop that ball transition, but you've also got to be able to do it on the flip side too. You've got to be able to make sure you can get the repeat entry as well. So.
Yeah, certainly right. And Brad, from a Surrey Park perspective, who's impressed you? I think Kane Hendon's been very influential, set up a couple of goals himself and finds the footy. Jack Mann coming off with the yellow card, and we know how important he is to their side. Who's impressed you?
Yeah,
from
probably the names
side?
you've mentioned. I thought Vitaka was quite good when the ball cut. He was getting into the game. And, of course, Renan Fallahay's been really, really good when the ball's gone forward. He's looked dangerous as well. But, yeah, pretty much the guys that you mentioned. So, Surrey, look, I think they're probably on top. I thought Knox started quite well, but Surrey probably had most of the best of the second quarter and second part of the second quarter. And Knox have had their moments, but at the moment I still feel that Surrey Park will probably just have the edge on this one.
So you're sticking with Surrey for your tip?
I went for Knox actually.
Oh,
so
you went for Knox?
I'm actually going to stick with Knox. They're going to have a really good third quarter because I feel like Surrey Park have got their noses in front. But if one or two of their big playmakers can get things going, I mean, we saw Greaves, he was fantastic. Barlow's obviously a big game player as well. Zach Hanlon in the ruck, and I still think Tommy Wee can have a big influence as well. So if those sort of guys get into the game, I still think Knox can get it done, but they've got a bit of work to do.
That's right. Spider, just a quick tip before we move on to the
I think
ad break.
Surrey still narrowly, like I said before the game, but Knox having a really good crack at this one. They're right in it. They could pinch this if they play the way that Brett just said, and they play, continually to play predictable to themselves. Yeah.
Jared, your tip to round out this second half?
I'm actually flipping my tip. I think Surrey Park's just looking a little bit better when they've got the momentum. Earlier on, Knox had the goals on the board from isolating Greaves. It seems that Surrey now knows how to handle that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Surrey Park, but I think this game is not going to be decided until that last quarter when a side is finally able to break away. We've got a minute just before we go to the ad break, so just some quick scores. Bronya lead Ringwood 55-3, so that's a Red Pack season all done. Croydon leading Heathmont by 16 points, but Mulgrave are comfortable leaders over Templestowe 45-14, which means Mulgrave from here, unless they something does go wrong in the second half, they'll earn themselves a double chance, which was massive for them. Waverley Blues 71 to the Basin 13, and then just a couple of quick scores in Premier Division. Bourne leading Noble Park 29-15, South Croydon 49 to Berwick 7. Doncaster East, Blackburn holding a 7-point lead there. East Ringwood 5-goal lead over Rowville, and Vermont 20-point leaders over Norwood. We're going to go to our last ad break here before we bring back the call team for the second half action between Surrey Park and Knox. It's the Falcons 6-4-40 to the Panthers 5-5-35.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, half-time out here at Jubilee Park, and it's Knox who lead the Division 3 qualifying final 6-4-40 to Surrey Park 5-5-35 as the Panthers and the umpires are back out onto Jubilee Park. Josh Wood here alongside Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Blake Tennant, Paul Yukone, and of course Jared Beanland and Brett Beston down on ground level. Brash, plenty of discussion we had off air during the half-time break, and I think we were talking about how it might come down to whoever capitalises on the other side's mistake will get the job done here.
Yeah, it does, because the thing is, both sides have actually, what they've been able to do is they've basically been able to destroy each other's side's width, where they can try and play to the structure. Jubilee Park is one of those grounds that if you don't play it properly and all your forwards push up too far, your backline really does, when they win the contest and they win a turnover, they've got no one to kick the ball to. And then that's, all of a sudden, you've got possession, and then you're looking for a short kick or a short handball, and because the opposition have pressed so high, that's when the turnover occurs, and that's what's been happening in some of the cases. It is going to come down to, I reckon Gavin Pears has had a great game in the midfield.
Yeah.
But then I think Knox have controlled the ruck. I think Hanlon's been well on top. But I don't think Surrey have been solid without being spectacular.
Yeah, completely agree there as well. And I feel like their big-time players are definitely lifting at the moment. You know, I feel like, Greaves, yes, he's kicked 2 goals. That's Harry, sorry. Yes, he's kicked 2 goals. I just feel like he has a big presence, and he's doing that, right? But he hasn't really done that, I know, on the early stage. But luckily we've got a big second half here to come. But I felt like Surrey just got back to their bad habits, where they weren't linking up their forwards as much as what Knox were doing. They were taking their time with their kicking, but that's okay. It's finals. It's the pressure's on, and from the get-go. And to me, it's a hard one to go, but still happy with my tip going with Knox at the moment.
Surrey's got to find a way of getting Jake Summers into the contest, because he just hasn't been able to influence the contest, whereas Greaves has had a big say. And really it could come down to, in the end, those 2 players, right, to decide this contest, because Greaves looks really dangerous moving forward, whereas Summers has been double-teamed and triple-teamed, and they're pushing him into areas of the ground that they know it's going to be hard for him to even take a mark or even score a goal.
Maybe push him up the ground a little bit, play him as a bit of a centre-half forward.
Yeah, well, exactly right. When your main forward is struggling to get into contest, give him 5 minutes on the ball, just so he can touch the ball. Give him a run in the ruck.
Let's not forget that Steve Buckle coached him for a long time, so probably knows a few little tricks to put him off his game.
Exactly right.
Go down boundary side.
Yeah, just had a quick word to Steve Buckle. He's pretty happy with how things are going. He said just keep doing what you're doing and just stop their run and just get a bit of width happening. He's reasonably satisfied with the situation at the moment, and rightly so.
We miss his availability at all times, don't we, Brash?
We do. I actually wonder, Josh, you and I were talking about, do you think Surrey Park have underestimated the pressure that Knox were going to bring into this contest?
Possibly. I reckon that is the case, because the pressure from Knox has been really good. Surrey's pressure at times has been good, especially when they got on top. But I think you're right, because Knox have just come out very surprisingly when it comes to the pressure, as we're all set for the second half of action out here in the Eastland match of the round. Great starting in ruck.
We finally heard Ray Baird, boys. We finally heard him. We haven't heard him for a bit because Ray was losing. 7-13-55, East England to Ravel 4-6-30.
Pyer holds the ball aloft. Allison will go up against Greaves this time. Greaves worked himself into the front and once again took it out. Had a fresh air shot. Allison picked the ball up, quickly wrapped up. We'll have a quick restart here. 5-point lead. The way of Knox. This game's been close. What's been impressive, when the side's gotten away, the other side has answered the challenge each time as well. So as they go after it in the middle here. Smith's on the bottom and he's going to get pinged here. He was just staring at the umpire, Smith, asking him, waiting for the ball up, and he's been pinged for holding the ball. So Jordan Love right in the middle of Jubilee Park. Short passes on. It was a good one, 2 pairs. Takes it. Centre half forward is probably just too far out to score here. About 55 metres. Looking for the options inside forward 50, and a good leap and a great mark taken by Sardis for Surrey Park. Important grab that was as well. Uses the far side. We've seen a lot of that today. As the kick goes out, Callum Garvin takes a good mark. Looking for a run on handball here. Eventually will take his kick, which is an absolute shocker in the end. Made Hendon work really hard for it, but he had the poise and the skill to get the handball away to Summers, who's moved up the ground. The handball back, and now the squeeze kick in towards the middle of the ground. Sardis takes it again. So they haven't gained too much meterage here, Surrey. They haven't lost the football either, which is important. Smith, the Tom variety. This again goes backwards, and we'll start it all again. As it goes back to Haynes, who goes backwards across the ground. So they really did want that switch. Eventually they've got it, as Jack Mann eventually takes the mark, gets the running handball away, and now Surrey can use the wing position. The kick goes down towards the money direction. He stood still though. Murphy came over the top for Knox, took the mark and then took off. His handball was an absolute shocker. Made it really hard for his teammate there. O'Brien came flying through. A gang tackle is taken on Joey Murphy, and the umpire said, give it to me, boys. We'll ball it up.
They should be having a shot on goal here, Knox, because of that.
Go to Jared Beanland.
No, I do like the idea to switch. I do like the intention from Surrey Park, because it is a wide ground, of course, but they just got to be a bit quicker about it. They let Knox in with that one.
Well, Pear's got it, got the handball back. Here's a chance for Edwards. It might be stolen, though. Charging his way through there was Garvin, in and underneath that Morris. Eventually scoots out. He's Nadu on the right boot, goes inside forward 50. Getting up underneath at that time was O'Neill for Knox. A strong tackle by Lachlan Summers. The ball still alive inside that forward arc for Surrey Park. A quick kick out of the danger zone by Edwards. He wants the boundary line. It's going to trickle that way. Will it stay in play? Eventually it does. Morris got the little handball back. O'Neill was in there. He was brought to ground. Over the boundary line she goes, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Just the simple errors there, boys. That's probably about 4 times I've seen. Drop marks, dropped handballs. I feel like the errors are just letting both teams down, not just one, but both.
Plenty of perceived pressure out here at Jubilee Park in this Division 3 qualifying final, as Greaves again took it out of ruck, follows up his own work, got the handball away, and Knox work it out really well through hands. Harry O'Brien is run down from behind for Tarka, still managed to get a handball away. It'll be turned over though. Peters got Ken in the middle of the ground and uses him. Ken shrugs off his opponent and sends it long in the direction of Jake Summers. Weir pushed him out well. He used his body well, did Tom Weir, and took the intercept mark. Goes out wide here to Jack O'Neill, who has it at this broadcast side back pocket. His kick was too short for Fisher, but got plenty of time. His handball wasn't all too great, and fights Cal Garvin the pressure. No, though, according to the umpire. And umpire will give the holding the ball free kick to Surrey Park.
You must pay the penalty. That was really poor.
Yep.
And it's Lachlan Summers, the beneficiary. Renan Fallahay went straight to Cal Garvin as well.
That's youth and inexperience right there personified.
He just didn't need to take off. He went the take-off action because he was quickly wrapped up, but the fact that he wanted to go has cost him there.
It's the errors.
It was a throw before that anyway.
As Lachlan Summers, very slight angle, but probably kicking from 15 metres out, comes in now, straight over the goal umpire's hat. And Surrey Park have the quick start in this third quarter. They lead 6-5-41, Knox 6-4-40, 4.5 minutes played here, third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. It's a final. It's error riddled at the moment. And like we've spoken about, both sides are taking toll on whatever errors are coming their way.
And we didn't see a lot of errors in the first half, so it's odd that they've come out and it started like this. So a little bit shaky, but that's okay. It's only 5 minutes into this third term, the premiership quarter they call it. That's what we announce all year. It's so important. And Surrey Park have the lead back by 1 point. Umpire throws the ball up. Underneath it there was Love. He got stripped of the football. Nicely done by Hendon. Got it away to Smith, who ran backwards into a little bit of trouble. Little skew-if kick that might work out okay for Can. He got out-muscled nicely there, done by Murphy. Got the look away handball over the top. He'll have to go after it again. Murphy won the football. That was sensational play. Ball stays alive. Smith was in there for Surrey Park. He's got some pressure because Anderson's in there as well. It's just outside the centre square. And we will have a ball up as we go to the Stats Centre with Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, really good tackling pressure by both sides. It's 6-3 the way of Surrey Park in this quarter so far.
Hanlon got it down, straight down the throat there of Pears, who thumped it on his boot inside forward 50, but to no avail. Nick Can got the mark and then coughed it up in the end. Little handball away. Well, once again, the forced errors has seen a couple of turnovers happen as the kick goes out to Vitaka, who takes the mark on the wing position, thumps the ball in towards the middle of the ground. It was a risky kick. It had to be good. It had to be good jukes by Tommy Smith, and he did just that. He's got to look forward. He's kicked his last 4 kicks backwards as he sausage rolls it inside forward 50. It's a scrambly one. The ball stays alive, though. Little handball by Edwards over the top. They've coughed it up here. Knox still alive. There's Summers. He's been stripped of the football. That's holding the ball. And they'll breathe a little sigh of relief and take their time and try and hit a target out here in the defensive zone as a free kick goes to Tom Weir.
Has it in his defensive 50, does Tom Weir. Done a great job on, or superb job I should say, on Jake Summers today. As he goes short, his kick floated with danger, but still found Gavin Pears. Probably been one of the, if not the best player on the ground so far in this contest as he goes out wide. To the right half-back flank to Mitch Greaves. Greaves' kick in the end was a good one. Found his teammate. They're outside of their defensive 50 and are slowly building it up here. Knox. As they get it to centre wing on the far side. The strong hands there from Jordan Love despite a little bit of pressure from Tom Smith. Continuing to just slowly build it up. Here are the Falcons. There's a lull. Goes around Jubilee Park. As the kick from Love wasn't a great one, and Connor Ryan Simmons intercepts, goes straight through the middle where he's got Martin Vitaka. It's the former who takes the mark, takes a bounce. Handball inboard finds Nick Can, who'll take a bounce himself. He might take 2. He'll have to get the kickoff away now. He does. He's got Lachlan Summers out the back, but he's up against 2 Knox players, and Greaves will just see it out of bounds. This ball will be tossed back into play. Right forward pockets for Surrey Park.
Both sides like playing the run and gun type game, but they're not able to, neither side are able to get the game on their turns, and it comes down to delivery and turnover and errors.
It's just been the errors.
That's a free kick. You can't be doing that.
It was a bit off the ball, but umpire didn't see it as Summers nearly took it out of ruck, went the kick out of thin air, applied the tackle on Hanlon. And umpire will call for it. 8 minutes gone in this third quarter. Surrey Park leads 6-5-41. Knox 6-4-40 in this Division 3 qualifying final. The winner to play Donvale this time next week in the second semi-final. As taking it out of ruck there was Hanlon. Naidu got the flying shot on goal, but Weir got the smother in. His handball might be turned over. It is now. Garvin managed to dig a handball out to Bacon, to Glare. Knox still have the numbers around this ball, and they attempt to clear. They can't. There's plenty of play surrounding this as Summers went the ambitious shot and kicks it out of bounds on the full. Left back pocket for Knox.
Boundary.
And I'll look to rebound. Boundary side to Jared Beanland. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Sorry, Park have stuck with Peters going to Greaves, of course, and you had Woods on Barlow, and the deepest forward currently Knox is O'Brien. That's Ben O'Brien, and he's being tailed by George Haynes.
He's done it well. He's done pretty well, Peters, after his first quarter blue. Well, jinxed him again.
As the ball's been taken away by Knox. So kick up towards the middle of the ground. Allison just chopped it off at the crucial stage, looping handball in towards the middle. It went 20 metres, went over the top of Glaire's head, but he had time just to trap it. Kicked it up towards the half-forward line. And here's another go for Surrey Park. Options are plenty as Mahon makes space inside the arc, and he'll have a ping, making sure the umpire knows exactly where that mark is, and he'll kick from 45 metres out, almost directly in front.
They showed a little bit of patience there, Surrey Park, and waited to create a bit of space that that Mahon could run into. I think that's probably what's been lacking a little bit by both sides. A lack of poise going into their forward 50
Definitely.
and not hitting the target. But that's pressure. That's the finals pressure.
So Jack Mahon, he was sent off in the earlier parts of this game. Now a little bit of chance for redemption. It's a high kick. Not even going to make the distance in the end, so it stays alive. Summers was there. Oh, and a hospital kick has been done by Knox. It's not going to get paid because it hasn't gone the required distance. Summers somehow picked the ball up, then got boot to ball. It flicks over. Here's Vitaka. Can Vitaka do something miraculous? He cannot. Got the boys behind the goals pretty excited there, as did myself. And, through for a minor score. 10 minutes gone here and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 42 plays 40 on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Paul Yaconi down in the Stats Centre.
The inside 50 so far in this quarter are 6-3 the way of Surrey Park.
As Greaves' kicks was intercepted, Blair was there on the ground. Cairns sends a high up and under ball inside 50. Summers up against Greaves. He nearly took the juggling mark, but he might pick up the ground ball here. He does. Gets the snap on goal. Has it got the leg? It misses. That was a...
These boys are just waiting for a goal, aren't they?
It hit the post.
They're ready to explode. They always are the Surrey Park faithful.
And I bet you'd be down there with them.
6-7-43 the Panthers.
You'd fit in right well with that guy,
Mitch Greaves thumps the ball in towards the middle of the ground, looking for Tommy... sorry, what am I trying to say here? Looking for Harrison Greaves.
He landed into that free because he was on the ground and just, yeah.
Woods had the link up with Peters, who drives the ball back inside forward 50 again. Can it stay alive? Snap around the body. This is a go. Goes right across the face, getting a timely fist on it. Tom Weir, who's having a super game down back today for Knox. Knocks it through for one behind. 4-point lead now is the way of the Panthers.
And we're still no closer to any side gaining a decisive break in this contest.
Yeah, there hasn't been. You know, I think Surrey Park's now kicked probably about a goal and maybe 5 behinds. Maybe I've seen
1 goal 3 this quarter.
Yeah, so they're not taking their opportunities. Surrey Park. They're getting plenty of the ball.
Absolutely. As Greaves takes this kicking, goes to the far side. It's now at the right half back flank after that big kick. Surrey have the numbers on the ground though after the ball came in. Peters looks inboard to Lachlan Bacon, fell short of him, and Knox will be able to pounce. Love, handball inboard was a really good one to Fisher, rode the bump on his opponent, got it to Braden Barlow, who's wrapped up by Connor Ryan Simmons. Umpire will call for it. In the middle of Jubilee Park.
Just lost his footing there, Fisher, before he could get that handball off to Barlow in a better position. Barlow really had to start there, and he got tackled.
Ball will be tossed up, and Greaves and Allison will go up in ruck. Greaves again nearly took it out of there. Love on hands and knees. And umpire Dean O'Neill will call for it right again in the middle of Jubilee Park.
Loves the attention, Dino, doesn't he, when we get down to the media game?
Oh, he's not an attention seeker, Blake.
I feel like he just follows the cameras around.
It's a few like that. As it comes out now, quick kick up by Knox. Up towards the centre-half forward line. Big fly coming in the side there by Can. Got boot to ball.
Jeez.
Greaves came charging through, just dropped the pill. Mahon stole it though for Surrey Park. Little handball backwards. He's under a lot of pressure there, is Woods, but just got the handball away. It was stolen by Love. He's had some sort of a game, Love, and he pushes it to the left-hand side. That would have got the Knox boys behind the goals up and about.
Geez, can I just ask you a question, BWS, since you've been all over this? Who's got the bigger faithful behind the goals, you reckon?
Well, it looks a little bit like Surrey Park at the moment, and it's 3 points is the lead, and here's Can. Thumps the ball. It could be a coast-to-coast situation looking for Smith here. It goes over the back. Sorry, it was Fallahay who's kicked 2 goals. Coming in, Mr. Reliable. Tom Weir sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I reckon Knox were a little hard done by because there was a bit of a 450 pirouette there by a Surrey Park player with in control of the ball, and I feel they were dudded a free kick there in their forward 50. Rudolph Nureyev would have been proud, I'll tell you.
As Summers takes forward ruck duties for Surrey Park, will follow up his head out, got it to Renan Fallahay, dance past one, and gets it through! Renan Fallahay gets Surrey second in this third quarter, and that's his third of the game. 7-8-50 the Panthers, Knox 6-5-41. Renan Fallahay has had a pretty impressive game inside forward 50 for the Panthers.
Leading forward on the ground with 3. He's taken whatever opportunities he's taken, he doesn't need many sniffs.
Well, seen the margin get out to around this mark a number of times for both sides in this game. So crucial bit of 5-minute play coming up here. Knox really do need the next goal.
Yeah, they don't want to go 16, 17 points down here, Knox.
I was saying, Besto, it was hard to hear Buxy at quarter time in the huddle. If they're down by 3 or 4 goals at three-quarter time, we'll hear him up here as the umpire throws it up now as Hanlon got boot to ball. Scramble to kick out towards the half-forward line. It's just gone forward of centre. Using his body well there was Pearce to knock it back to his teammates' advantage there in Barlow. Looping handball over the top. He was searching for Murphy, who wasn't worried about the ball. He was worried about his opponent. A little bit of argy-bargy going on. That happens. Ryan Simmons, the hyphen, other player in that contest.
They're just going to hold their nerve here at the moment, Knox, and not get themselves shaken up and upset by the opposition.
Throws it in. Hanlon with the front spot. Allison over the back did well, the big man, but then Hanlon came in, got a left boot kick just inside or thereabouts to the forward 50. Doing well there was Stuckey. This way, that way. Kicks it looking for Greaves. The big man couldn't get down enough. He got a few fingertips on it, but he stole the ball back. He gets underneath this kick. It's going to go right to the goal line. Who's going after it? Eventually, it's knocked through for one behind by Stuckey. 16 gone here in the third term. It's an 8-point lead to Surrey Park.
George Haynes will take this kick in as he looks for options on both sides of Jubilee Park. Might be forced to go to this broadcast side, which he does so now. A big pack forms. Hanlon's the man in the sandwich. We're coming in from the side. Lachlan Summers.
That's a good mark.
That is a terrific mark there from Lockie Summers, who has the right half-back flank. Goes short to Jack Mann. He's got players calling for it. Decides to go backwards to Hayden Smith. They might look to initiate the switch here. They're still taking too slow at Surrey Park as Ryan Simmons, under a bit of pressure, managed to get the kick away to Haynes. It was overcooked, but Haynes has plenty of time. Greaves comes close, but Haynes' kick is a good one to Angus Sutherland. Best on ground in the under-19s Division 2 Grand Final last year as he goes to his fellow under-19 teammate in Chris Allison. He goes down the line to Tom Smith, who outbody Cole Gwynn. They managed to dance his way past Gwynn, sends it inside 50. Mundy might come in from the side. It's Knox who do really well. Pears is there. Managed to get a handball away, did Mitch Greaves. And clearing defence is Cole Gwynn. He's got to play short and Lachlan Stuckey.
Wants to use the middle as well, and that's the way he's going to go. Hanlon, who's had a good term so far, sold a little bit of candy, the big man as well. Then goes inside forward 50. That's a good kick. He was looking for Greaves. Nice, timely fist there by Georgie Haynes. Sees the ball go over the boundary line and to the cricket nets, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
They've been really disciplined on Greaves since that opening 15 minutes of the first quarter. They basically he's not getting the delivery that he once was.
Yeah, Peters has done a really good job. The way he's recovered after the first 2 goals that Greaves kicked on him, he's really recovered well. He must have a good system, Ken Worthy.
Tommy Smith's having a good game for Surrey Park as well. Greaves got the little knockdown that time. Ball's going to scoot out the back.
Chopped it.
Stripped of the footy. That should have been holding the ball. I can't believe that wasn't paid against Hendon. Got away with Moida that time as Sardis kicks the ball out, and it was a good left foot kick too under pressure. Allison, the big man, just slows things down.
Is that like noise?
Yeah, something like that. Poiter, as the kick goes in towards the Marn direction. He went up unattended in the end, and they might get the switch on here. This could work out very favourably for them. Here's Ryan Simmons on the right boot. It was an up and under kick. He probably needed to get a little bit more on that, but it's going to work out okay because Smith of the Hayden variety goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Players everywhere in the end. Not good enough checking by the Knox players all the way down the ground. They made it look pretty easy. And Surrey Park, who currently lead this game by 8 points, looking to stretch it here with Jasper Mundy, who kicked a goal early in the clash. He's going to back himself in here, even though he's going to kick from just outside the 50.
Too much space there. Knox allowed way too much space there for Surrey Park.
So Mundy going to get pretty close to the man on the mark, which made it difficult to get enough purchase. Will Summers be able to take the mark? He couldn't. He went up. Little toe poke off the ground there by Lachlan Summers. Was touched and goes through for a minor score. They were up and about. The run was up and about. It's almost time on here in the third term. 19.5 gone. It's a 9-point lead to the Panthers.
Mitch Greaves goes to the far side. They need a goal soon, do Knox, as Greaves gave the push of the back free kick away to Jack Woods. Plays on immediately to Kane Hendon. Sends it inside 50, looking for Lockie Summers. Flying in from the side there was Greaves, couldn't take the mark. There on the ground is Murray Edwards. Got Fisher short. And he goes to the far side wing where he's got Gavin Pears. It's Sardis coming in from the side, did really well. Sardis looks for Garvin, who took the mark, did Cal Garvin. Good manning on the mark there from James Fisher as well. It's at the left half forward flank here for Surrey Park as Garvin goes inside 50. The kick was overcooked for Summers. And Tom Weir once again intercepts.
He's probably been solid all day, Josh, to be fair.
He's super.
He's been close to Knox's best on ground alongside Gavin Pears as he goes to the far side. Chris Sardis again coming in from the side, couldn't take the mark. There on the ground is Dyson Morris, sees it out of bounds.
It's not out in the full.
Oh, it's deliberate in the AFL, but
he's
thank God it's not in this.
He's obviously had the hard job getting on Jake Summers' weir, which is very good for him. You know, Summers has kicked a few bags of goals this year.
So Ryan Simmons had the front spot and got the knockdown. That was good play. Garvin picked it up for Surrey. Little handball backwards. Sardis on the left. Got underneath it and getting back with the sun in his eyes. Chris Butler takes a good mark. True centre wing position out here near the scoreboard. Amazing facilities out here. It's time to upgrade the scoreboard, I reckon. Finish the job as the kick goes in and across the ground. Had enough time there was Edwards, who can just go over the top. They've got players further afield in Pears, who was out by himself for a long time, but that's ignored. Instead, the kick goes inside forward 50, and a stupid leap there by Joseph Murphy. It's given away a free kick when the mark was taken over the back. It was unnecessary. Right there was Anderson.
Reversal.
No, it wasn't a reversal. It was a free kick.
He jumped straight into him.
Yeah. So the driving kick goes out, and now Surrey Parker away.
And it's Kane Hendon. Hanlon with some really good pressure, though. Hendon managed to get a handball away. And it is ping. Braden Barlow with the free kick. After the tackle on Jack Woods, Barlow sends it inside 50 in the Greaves direction.
What a kick this needs to be.
This would be a potential contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, although Jackson Anderson's goal in the first quarter was pretty impressive.
Tell you what, this is a really hard kick on this ground from this area for a right footer.
Let alone the pressure of this kick.
Yep.
Well, he's right near the cricket nets. Here's Harrison Greaves. Knox's leading goal kicker comes in now and gets it through.
Gun barrel straight.
Goal umpire did not have to move. And the lead is back down to 3 points. And Harrison Greaves has 3 as well. 7-6-48 the Falcons. Surrey Park 7-9-51. 22.5 minutes gone third quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
They've really battled hard in the last 7 minutes, Knox, to make sure that they're still in touch. That's really a crucial goal, really, to stay in the contest, because Surrey Park are actually starting to threaten to run all over the ground here.
Yeah, it was very, very timely, and it's almost a bit of a mirror of that second term. Knox, based on that, Knox will kick the next one, then Surrey will kick one just before three-quarter time. The umpire throws it up. Greaves is in the middle. Little knockdown there by Allison. It's gone forward for Knox, but picked up there by Bacon. Got the handball away. Then he gets it back eventually. Little kick over the top. It was a risky one, and Butler was underneath it. So he wants to take off and get a switch going here for the Falcons. Making space there was Gwynn. He wants nowhere else but the middle, and it's a risky kick as Mahon came charging through and beat Love to the football. Got the handball out wide. That was okay. Vitaka spins around. Up and under kick. He was under a bit of pressure. Coming out in front, Jake Summers, who's been well held today. Man, some space there. Jakey takes the mark. Little toe poke over the top, looking for Can, who's run a long way to make space there. Nick Can, who distance might be just beyond him here, but especially after motoring all that way, he's a bit puffed. Paul Yaconi on the Stats Centre.
Yeah, Surrey Park leading the forward 50 marks this quarter, 3-1.
Thanks very much, Paul. So Nick Can backing himself in here.
I remember that last half in the Division 4 Grand Final. He ran all over the ground in the second half. So don't question his tank. This bloke's got a tank on him.
So he comes in now, gets underneath the ball. He tried for distance. He got it in the end. but he pushed it, started right, and it stayed that way the whole way. But as we've said a few times today, every point counts in a close one, 52-48.
Just got some scores around the grounds, boys. East Ringwood lead 56 to Roval 30. And Doncaster Road slowly coming back over Blackburn, but Blackburn lead 55-40.
You got nail polish on?
Yes. It's a long story about what happened.
Yeah, I just thought I'd mention that on air.
Yeah.
As it comes out now, a little kick goes over
I think that's an off-air
line.
yeah.
Well, it looks lovely anyway, Blake. So,
Bit of yellow and black, mate.
Ball's gone over the boundary line and out of bounds, thrown right in front of the Knox dugout.
It'll be Harrison Greaves up against Chris Allison in ruck. Greaves again won the hit out. Plenty of players around this ball. The tackle there on Love.
It's getting ugly down at Shark Park, boys. The Sharks lead. That's Park Orchard 66 to Mitcham 7.
This is a high free kick from the stoppage against Tayden Vitaka, and it'll go in the direction of Jordan Love. Certainly impressed for Knox.
Anything from Vermont this afternoon?
40-point winners at the moment. They 76 to 35.
As Knox are under pressure. They're going backwards here through Gavin Pears. Naidu trying to chase him down, but Pears with a really good kick to the far side. Finds his teammate there in Jack O'Neill, who now has plenty of space, can take a couple of bounces. Mundy came in from behind, but still got the kick away. And there goes the three-quarter time siren out here at Jubilee Park for the Eastland match of the round. It's Surrey Park who leads 7-10-52 to Knox 7-6-48. The major goal kickers, Renan Fallahay with 3 to Harrison Greaves to Knox, Jackson Anderson with 2, singles to Jasper Mundy, Tom Smith, Tane Vitaka, Lachlan Summers, James Fisher and Braden Barlow. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll bring you the final quarter of action in this intense Division 3 qualifying final between the Panthers and the Falcons.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Three-quarter time in the Eastland match of the round out here at Jubilee Park, the Division 3 qualifying final between Surrey Park and Knox. It's the Panthers who lead 7-10-52 to Knox 6-7-6-48, kicking 2 goals to just the 1 in that second quarter. Josh Wardie alongside Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Blake Tennant, Paul Ukone, Brett Beston and Jared Beanland down on ground level. Brash, a pretty interesting contest. Surrey missed some chances in that third quarter. Could have come back to bite them in this last.
Well, it could, but the way the game's playing, the way the game is being played out is it's once again both sides capitalising on each other's mistakes. I think the ground is sort of has actually not helped either side's structure, because I think every time both backlines are looking to kick the ball long to a target, there's no one there, so they're being forced to kick the ball into inadvantageous positions in the hope that their players run onto the ball if they don't hit a target. And I think that's where the problem is, because the delivery of both sides hasn't been as good as what they'd hoped. There's been a lot of turnovers and errors.
Oh, definitely, Brash. And I feel like this is the quarter where I feel like the first 10 minutes, now this is my opinion here, the first 10 minutes will dictate where this game's going to go.
I think you're right, because I think whoever gets it's going to come. It could actually come down, Blake, to 5 minutes of footy.
Yeah. And
whoever gets a 3-goal break, whoever can kick 3 goals in 5 minutes, I reckon wins the game.
Definitely. And I feel like, you know, you got to take your opportunities. You know, that third quarter there was so many errors and, you know, a bit of turnover going on, dropping handballs, dropping marks that should be taken. I feel like you can't do that in this last quarter. This is where you talk about the big moments. And of course, there's a side that's waiting next week in Donvale. They'll be seeing this and they'll be saying, you know, boys, we're on here against a really good opposition coming on, because they'll be watching. They'll definitely be watching.
I'm sure that Donvale contingent will be here this afternoon having a look at this contest intently. But I also think too, Josh, is the fact that I think
Boundary.
Let's go down boundary side.
Steve Buckle, of course, the Knox coach. Steve, it's a tight one. What do you do to win from here?
We've just got to keep playing our game. We've just got to keep playing our game, try to keep width on the ground. We've got to stop their short hit-ups, which we've been trying to do all day, but they've continuously exposed us a couple of times. We're collapsing a little bit on the contest rather than just trusting the one at the contest and leaving their receivers on the outside. So we spoke about just trying to cover that off as well. So hopefully we can get that done.
No injury problems going into the last quarter?
No, there's a couple of boys a bit sore, but I imagine everybody's a bit sore at the moment. It's been a pretty hotly contested game. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Thanks there to Brett Preston down on ground level. BWS, you were down at the Knox huddle.
But what he really concentrated on was being smart with the football here. He wants them to hold it up, make the right decisions, and really cover the corridor as well, not be exposed. So, very measured huddle it was. So they know what they need to do to win the game, as I'm sure Surrey do as well. Let's go down to Jared Beeland, who was down at the Surrey huddle.
Well, the final quarter of action just about to get started out here at Jubilee Park, and it's Harrison Greaves who gets the clearance, sends it inside 50. Ryan Simmons was out the back. Goin will be able to pick it up. Peters instead does. His handball wasn't a great one to Fisher, who went backwards. And Garvin under plenty of pressure, and there's a holding the man free kick. We cross down boundary side. Jared Beanland was at the Surrey Park huddle.
Yeah, the main thing that they were that James Kentworthy was talking about, just they were expecting Knox to come in these first 10 minutes. It was a gutsy effort by Surrey Park. They're happy with their pressure. That's the main thing that they try and mention at each of the huddles, and Nick Cann as well. He was mentioned for having a great quarter.
As Lachlan Peters' kick wasn't all too great, put Garvin under pressure. Knox will be able to pounce now. James Fisher, they're working it backwards though, the Falcons, and there goes Tom Smith dashing away from the stoppage, going to the far side wing, and his kick was cut off there by Mitch Greaves. Goes straight through the middle. He's got Joe Murphy there all by himself. Murphy's now got O'Brien. He's got Summers for company. O'Brien of the Harry variety, still one out, sends it inside or near 50. Umpire nearly paid a free kick as Cann applied the strong tackle on Love and gets the holding the ball free kick. Great pressure from Nick Cann, who's had a really good game in defence.
So Cann across the half back line there. They had That's probably a bit of a let-off. They should have done more with that Knox that time. Ball goes in the middle, went straight through the legs there of Mahon, who has been able to pick the ball up eventually after getting back up and then taking off. Got the handball out wide. He's Bacon. Bacon on the right boot, drives it up towards the half-forward line, taking a nice mark there. It was Summers who chips the ball inside forward 50, and they did it easy. Summers to Summers. Done that plenty of times in a lifetime, and Jake will go back and have his first genuine chance at putting one through the big sticks for the afternoon.
Correct, BWS. I think this is the real time we've actually seen Summers have a shot on goal today. He's been well worked up by Tom Weir today, boys.
Yeah, a bit of summer love there, wouldn't it?
Summer loving. There you go.
40 goals for the season for Jake Summers. He's got to start this one at the probably left of the left goal post and work it back. He's an experienced player. That's exactly what he does, and he kicks a goal. Fantastic kick, a class act in a tough situation. Jake Summers stands tall, and that's what they need from the senior players in this final term. Surrey Park draw first blood and lead by 10 points, 2.5 in to the final quarter.
Really, really important goal in the opening couple of minutes, because Surrey now realise if they can strike again within the next couple of minutes, they can take control of the contest in this last quarter.
Played on their terms.
Absolutely, as they're out to a 10-point buffer, and just before some of the Surrey Park defenders went to Nick Cam before as well, but can Knox get the response here? They trail by 10 in the opening stages of this final quarter. It's Allison, the big tap down, looking in the direction of Jasper Mundy. Mundy managed to get a kick to Tom Smith, who sends it towards Lachlan Summers. He's got Jack O'Neill for company. O'Neill did well. Summers applying some good pressure. O'Neill, the smart tap forward, got it eventually to Dyson Morris. His handball works its way to Harry O'Brien. Back to Dyson Morris. Morris's kick over the top was a good one to Gavin Pearce, who has it left half back flank. Now they move it to centre wing, and the mark taken there by Jordan Love. Probably been Knox second or third best on ground. Has Jordan Love, one of their more senior-most players, as he goes short to Gavin Pearce. Slowly building it up are the Falcons. They'll need the next goal. As Pearce goes in the direction of Harrison Greaves. It spills out the back now for Ryan Simmons, who's got Woods. And he sees it out of bounds. Calls for deliberate from the Knox faithful. Nothing doing them. We'll have this ball toss back into play.
They're not going to get deliberate going 20 metres backwards.
I reckon Knox would be happy with this stoppage here.
But they do need the next goal. The next goal is crucial for Knox. This is how I see it. But they need the next goal.
Yeah. They've been able to answer a few times already. It was a shallow throw-in. Greaves stole it from the contest. Got it away. There's a lot of players in and around this. Stripped to the football, holding the ball, and it'll be advantage paid. So the Panthers get a chance to take it away. The kick was a dodgy one, but it's bounced skew-iffly and now favourably. Naidu tried to trap the football. Got a little knock on as well. Had Smith running on for support. He also had a teammate there in Mundy. There might be advantage paid here. It's a free kick going the way of Knox. They were off to the races. And Knox will get the free kick inside the centre square.
Gee, that could have been the game. That could have been the game changer there.
It's a Hardy Mouse situation and 25 metres to boot as well. Certainly not something you want to be doing in a final term. There's a generous one as well. It's going to bring him right up to the 50.
Knox faithful learning to know.
Players, he's got players everywhere inside the arc, and they couldn't actually hit the target in the end. I can't believe it. Comes over the top. Taylor, little handball. Does he have time there? Goyne was gone. And Surrey Park, I can't believe that. Had players absolutely everywhere, Knox.
Gee, they butchered that one, didn't they?
That's the term I was looking for, Brush. They butchered it indeed as the driving kick goes out now towards Ryan Simmons, who had the front spot, takes the mark. Punching from behind, O'Brien shouldn't have tried to take it as the kick goes out, and now Surrey Park have got the numbers on the left boot, or now back to the right, and then handball over the top. Nicely done there by Glare, but couldn't hit the target in Ryan Kennedy over the boundary line. She goes just outside the dry area where we can see plenty of cans being drunk as you do in the sunshine on a Saturday afternoon of the football. Boundary throw in. It's a 10-point lead to the Panthers.
Greaves up against Chris Allison in this ruck contest. It's forward of centre for Surrey Park on this broadcast side wing. As the ball is now tossed back into play. Greaves again won the hit out, and Knox again win the clearance. Gavin Pearce could have taken a bounce, but decides to send it to the right up forward flank. It'll be intercepted by Jack Woods. Had a solid game. His kick, it was nearly a courageous mark from Garvin, and he gets the free kick.
Very late call.
That is an extremely late call. Garvin is still going to get the free kick. He's a bit ginger afterwards, so handballs it immediately to Nick Can. Ooh. His kick was a shonky one. It evaded Cole Gwynn. Wears out the back under pressure from Summers. Wiz sees it out of bounds for a boundary thrown right near the Surrey Park interchange gate.
I know they've got Harry Greaves running in the ruck at the moment. I think the only way Knox are going to win this, get Hanlon back in the ruck and get Greaves back down at full forward so that they can start directing the ball down.
Yep.
Allison going up in ruck as Greaves again just took it out of ruck. His kick will be cut off here by Tom Smith. Nearly could get a tripping free kick.
Got to be paid.
It wasn't paid. Umpire said he got a handball out. And Lachlan Bacon under plenty of pressure from the Falcons.
Well, the umpires have certainly put the whistle away.
Well, it's the last quarter, so got to put the whistle away.
Allison got the knockdown. He'll go after it again. Greaves came running through, then picked it up, slammed it on his boot, and now the foot race ensues up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football. Anderson has to come a long way out from goal. It was beautifully picked up, though, by Sardis. Got the handball to Ryan Simmons. It'll come back to Sardis now. Little handball backwards to Ryan Simmons. It's almost like kick to kick at the moment as it goes out towards the direction of Blair. The ball bounced away from him. Little pirouette there by Stuckey. Got the handball away. Couldn't trap it. Was Morris. Now they've got another opportunity. Here's Kennedy. Surrey Park linking handball over the top. Here's a go. They're 2 kicks from home. It goes inside forward 50. Using the body well. Summers, who's given away a free kick. Lachlan Summers has given away a free kick. They have gone berserk, the Surrey Park faithful, as the kick goes out wide,
Boundary.
looking for Murphy. Let's go down boundary side to Besto.
Yeah, it's probably poetic justice, though, boys, because Knox have had a couple of decisions which weren't paid. I mean, the umpires have put the whistles away, but if they're free kicks in the first 3 quarters, they should be free kicks in the last quarter.
Kick goes inside forward, 50, slips straight through the fingers there of Murray. Dropped what he should have taken. Barlow was there. He spun out of the tackle on the left boot. It was smothered at the crucial stage. That was really well done there by Woods. Outside the 50, still a little toe coat by Taylor. It was perfect in the end. And Sam Goyne, who takes the mark and then switched it up magnificently. Benny O'Brien takes the mark and will have a shot 40 metres out directly in front to get Knox back in the game.
It's almost a sense of theatre brewing here in this game, isn't it?
But that's the thing they were doing. You know, I felt like they were just doing a lot of things with the footy, like they were just doing too much of it, and they were doing turnovers, and then they do this, which is spot on.
Well, Buxy asked them to be smart about it. They were in that instance. O'Brien just needs to finish this one off and get his side to within 4 points. Comes in now, and he makes no mistake. Straight through the middle it goes, and it's game on here. Once again out at Jubilee Park in the Division 3 qualifying final. We've gone 9 minutes in this final term, and it's a 4-point lead to the Panthers.
Boundary.
Boundary side to Jared Banlon, thanks to Tone Brothers.
Cal Garvin got collected in that hit. I think it was Pears who hit him and ended up in a free kick against. He's just come off with, it looked like a bit of a shoulder, and they're just assessing him. We'll keep an eye on it, see if he comes back out on the ground.
Only 2 minutes ago, Knox looked like they were going into an open goal to be 16 points in front. And we're back at it again.
Classic 12-point play. It's 4 points the margin as Greaves took matters into his own hands. Can came in from behind, couldn't take the mark. He's there to mop up his own work. Kicks a high up and under one. Bacon came in from behind, but the mark was taken.
He basically helped Love take that.
Yeah, he held it to his chest.
Yeah.
As Love has it at the right half forward flank. Got a player in the right forward pocket who came in from the side. That was Murray. He might pick up this ball. Murray does. Manages to get it out to James Fisher, who goes to the top of the goal square. Sardis is around this ball. He'll manage to pick it up and compose himself. Get it to Hayden Smith, who has plenty of space. Got Jasper Mundy in the middle. Uses him now. As he's got Lachlan Bacon and Kane Hendon for him up against one Knox player, and the Knox player one out. Vitaka still managed to get it to Hendon. Hendon's got Fallahay over the top, and it was a great kick from Kane Hendon. Plays on immediately, does Brendan Fallahay because he's got an open goal square, misses. And one score for Surrey Park. They move to 8-11-59. Knox 8-6-54.
Boundary.
10.5 minutes gone, fourth quarter on the Bendigo Bank score. Boundary side to Jared Beanland, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Cal Garvin's back on the ground, so it seems like he's all good to go.
Could we actually entertain extra time here?
I knew you were going to ask that. I knew it.
You just never know, but they've got another chance to go forward here. Spinning out of the tackle there was Smith. Got the kick inside forward 50, running onto it. Mundy takes the mark. It was an up and under one, just got boot to ball, and, you know, luck's of fortune. You take every bit of luck you can, especially in a final term, in a final. And Jasper Mundy, who's kicked one for the afternoon, will go back and try to stretch the lead back out to a handy 11. And that bit of breathing space they've held for a little while now.
Maybe Dean O'Neill knew we might have to go to extra time. That's why he started 9 minutes early. He was getting ready.
Jasper Mundy.
Tell you what, we're heading for the earliest finish on an EFL game day.
Comes in now, gets underneath it, and just started right and stayed right.
We've got a whole hour to ourselves, boys, so it'll be pretty glorious.
Boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, not that I'm sort of looking into the future or anything, but I think we checked out the extra time situation early in the first quarter, just in case, because they had that sort of feel about it. But apparently it's 5 minutes each way if it does come down to extra time.
So the normal.
Gee, that'll help the broadcast.
He's a smart man, Dean O'Neill, and Brett Beston as well.
No, Knox.
Loves a party joke too, Besto.
Got a very dry and funny sense of humour, Besto. There's no doubt about that as it comes out. Knocked back towards the Summers direction. That's Lachlan, got boot to ball, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw in.
Well, I hear he's available for weddings and everything, Besto. 1-300.
Weddings, funerals and bar mitzvahs, bro.
Nice throwback there.
Throws the ball in.
We had too much fun on a Saturday, Arvo.
Greaves couldn't take it. Taken by Taylor. Handball over the top. Screams for holding the ball, not paid. Ball eventually scoots out. Edwards dropped it. They're under a lot of pressure here. Knox, Surrey Park are really pressing. It's about 30 metres out from their goal line. Who's going to be the one to win the football? We've got an off the play whistle here. It's going the way of the Falcons, though. And they'll get a chance to get the ball out of that danger zone. And they'll do just that. The kick goes out wide. It was an absolute shocker off the boot. It's going to bounce all the way, and out she goes for a boundary throwing far side.
Talk about giving your player no chance to gain possession.
Some good signage out there from the Eastern Football Netball League. I hope we don't have to take that down at the end of the day. Might be up for the whole series. It looks fantastic there in the background.
Here you go, Brash, Vermont 102 to Norwood 47. So I think they've pretty much got
I think they're
spot.
pretty much home, don't you think, Blake?
Yep.
Safe as houses, as they say.
And speaking of that, ramification, East Ringwood leads 70 to Rowville 40. So, and then Blackburn lead 82 to Doncaster East 41. South Croydon 70 to Berwick 31, and Baldwin 44 to Naval Park 32.
Nicely done there by Blake Tennant. Kick goes out right underneath the scoreboard here. If you know Jubilee Park, true centre wing position, far side. Paul Yacconi on the stat centre.
The clearances in this last quarter so far are 5-3 the way of Knox, and the inside 50s are 7-6 the way of Knox.
Ryan Simmons won the tap down. Taylor was wrapped up immediately.
Park Orchard 76, Mitcham 9. So I know it doesn't mean
Dominoes
anything.
will be happy today, won't they?
I know it doesn't mean anything, but
Mitcham's dominoes have fallen.
There is a couple outs for the Tigers, by the way. So
as Jack Mann manages to escape from the stoppage. Will Ryan Kennedy run onto this now? He was under plenty of pressure there from Chris Butler, who sees it out of bounds.
Scrappy couple of minutes.
It has been 4.5 minutes gone in this final quarter of the Eastland match of the round.
But actually, I don't think that Surrey Park mind that though.
They have a 1-goal buffer, do the Panthers, as Ryan Simmons going up in ruck and now got front position and the tap down. The nice backwards tap there from Jamie Clare as Marn goes deep inside forward 50. Smith's out the back, took the juggling mark.
He's off. He called play on.
And a chance gone begging. The Surrey faithful behind the goal do not like that call.
Oh, you called it right though, BWS. He was gone. He was off the mark.
As they might get a shot on goal here, they don't. It's a handy points. Not 8-13-61 Surrey Park.
So I think this is confirmed here, boys. Templestone will be playing finals. So Baronia 81 to Ringwood 17, and Mulgrave leads 65 to 35. Even though Templestone are losing, they are 2% clear of Ringwood. So
that's worrying for me about Templestone.
Yeah, Templestone will be playing finals. There you go.
With key players out for Mulgrave, and they're getting done by 5 goals.
So Love has the ball. Important couple of minutes coming up. It's been pretty stagnant for the last 5. Greaves, they're taking the coach's instructions. They're not rushing. They're weighing up their options as he drives a kick up towards the wing position here. Pack forms Marn over the top, got the handball back to Bacon, who scrambled a kick through the middle. That worked out okay in the end because Kennedy was on the end of it. He kicks it in towards the middle, just through the fingertips of Blair, and now the handball by O'Brien, spotted up his teammate. Morris goes inside forward 50. Here's a chance for Knox. Charging his way through there was Murphy. Somehow broke the tackle, got the handball away. Goyne was in there, handball out wide, but it's been chopped off, and Surrey Park just breathe a little sigh of relief on the sidelines because the mark's been taken there by Jamie Blair, who just wants to slow things down a little bit, but he's got players in the middle of the ground. They kept that quiet, didn't they? Tommy Smith takes off, dumps the ball inside forward 50. It's right to the pocket. He was looking for Fallahay, couldn't keep the ball alive. Tommy Weir, though, for Knox, the Falcons, drives the ball out of that defensive zone, but it was a kick-to-kick situation. Nobody was home. And now Surrey Park, another chance to go forward. But both sides at the moment just not wanting to waste the pill, just weighing up the options. Short passes on to Mahon. Mahon goes over the top, then it goes back to Mahon. Then he goes back over the top there to Hendon. They racked up a few possessions between them that time. Mahon goes inside forward 50, and he just popped it up in the end. And the mark has been taken only about 45 metres out. And it'll be a chance now for Surrey Park to kick a goal. And it's Fallahay. It's Tommy Smith.
Tom Smith.
Bloody hell, Josh. I gave you 10 minutes to give me the answer on that one.
Lachlan Peters took himself off the ground a couple of moments ago. I think he copped a falcon in the contest down here on the wing.
He just always seems to be able to find space, Smith. You notice that?
He does, but what's let him down a little bit is his disposal today. This is one of the biggest kicks of the afternoon. He comes in and makes no mistake. He just needed the slight moz to make sure that one went straight through the middle. Surrey Park, they lead this game by a handy 13 points now. 17, nearly 18 minutes gone in this final term. It's going to take a big effort for Knox to come back from here.
Yeah, Knox are going to have to throw everything but the kitchen sink at the last 10 minutes here because they're going to try and make something happen now. Yeah. And this really now is Surrey Park's game to lose.
Just got a breaking news score here as well. Wantirna South 60 to Montrose 49.
Wheels are falling off at Montrose.
Oh, well, your side are always good at flirting with their form.
Allison got the tap down, looking for Jack Mann. Allison went to kick off the deck instead to Tayden Vitaka. Oh. He managed to spin his way out of trouble, goes in the direction of Jake Summers. The ball will stay in. It does go out now through the hands of Jake Summers. An umpire will call for this ball to top.
But it's in an area that Knox don't want it to be in.
We go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
I think it's just a blood nose for Lockie Peters. Looks like he's waiting for it to stop bleeding to come back out on the ground.
Wise decision.
Put a few tissues up there. It'll be fine. A
few cotton balls.
Yeah.
Summers went up in ruck. Got the tap down ahead of Murray. It's Love working it out to Gavin Pearce.
Oh.
His kick was a really good one in the end to Dyson Morris. They have to take the game on now, the Falcons. As I say that, they've turned it over. Nick Can, he's got a short option in Cal Garvin. He takes the mark. Had to go backwards there, did Cal Garvin, and he is a left footer, so it's on the right side for a left footer. Paul Yukone in the stats centre.
4 marks to 2 inside 50 in the last quarter in favour of Surrey Park.
Yep. He's got Can alongside him, Cal Garvin, but he decides to ignore him.
They've just played the moments just a little better in this last quarter, Surrey Park.
As Garvin comes in now, goes around on his mark. It might get the distance. It does, just not the accuracy. 9:14, 68 Surrey Park. Knox 8-6, 54, 9.5 minutes gone. Fourth quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And Tom Weir to bring the ball back in.
Playing really superb.
I almost think they need to go down the middle here, Knox.
Yeah, got to roll the dice. So Weir, driving kick out. Nicely done there by Can. Hasn't he had some sort of a game and copped one high as well. So the ball's going straight back from where it came. Can goes inside forward 50. Went to the right spot. Summers takes the mark. Geez, that's a good mark. That's as strong as Jukes as you will see. And the big man who has had to step up in this final term, Brash, has done just that.
Exactly what you want from a key forward. Stood up at them when you really needed him most. That's a fantastic grab. That is an absolutely magnificent grab. All he needs to do now is top it off with a goal and send Surrey Park into a second semi-final next week, because that's where this game is heading.
They currently lead by 14 points. This will certainly do the job, you would think. Been well held all day, but he needed to step up in this final term, and he's done just that, and he kicks goalward, but he pushed it to the right-hand side.
9:15.
Yeah, they've been inaccurate.
Unfortunately,
10 more scoring shots they've had.
He didn't sense the occasion there, Jakey. Was hoping that he kicked that.
15 points is the margin. There's still hope for Knox.
As Gavin Pearce took the kick in, got Braden Barlow all by himself at the right half-back flank for Knox. Gets it to him now.
Come on, this is the reason why you've got to try and break the game up a bit. You can't afford to go stop stagnant.
He goes short and he nearly turned it over. Smith gave away the holding the man free kick to Murray Edwards. Blair was off to the races there, but Edwards will still get this free kick. He's got a short option in Gavin Pearce, who's worked really hard under pressure from Renan Fallahay. Might have turned it over here. He has to Jasper Mundy. Tries to break a tackle. He eventually does. Lachlan Bacon got Renan Fallahay over the top. Got Smith calling for it. Inside forward 50. He's up against Murray Edwards. Smith can't take the mark. Can he do the work on ground level?
Had his head taken off.
He did. The Surrey faithful are up behind the goals.
He got down on his knees and said a prayer and got a free kick.
And Tom Smith will go the banana to all but seal a spot in the second semi-final for Surrey Park.
And a sense of relief for you too, Josh?
As Smith comes in now and nails it! 21-point lead to Surrey Park, 10-15-75. Knox 8, 6:54, 22 and a half minutes gone, final quarter. And to answer your question, Brash, yes.
Well, I mean, he's threatened all day, Tom Smith, to take the game apart in his own way.
I think he's definitely been my player of the day so far for Sportsco.
Been fantastic.
He has been. Absolutely. Just as a midfielder that can push forward. You don't get many of those in your team and around the league, really. Like, you can probably only find a handful that can do this.
Well, it's been close all day, but it's blown out to 21 now, and there's only probably 6 or 7 minutes left. But can Knox give it one last chance, one last throw of the dice as the ball goes bouncing through the middle? Butler was there for them, picked the ball off, gave the little fend off. That was okay. Here's a chance for them. On the left boot, Morris drives the ball inside forward 50. Who's going to stand up? Hendon was there, but taking a strong mark there was Gwynn. Or Edwards, I should say.
Satsas.
Oh, Satsas, sorry, I've got the wrong side. Satsas kicks it out wide. They're going to slow things down now.
And he's had a good game too, Satsas. He hasn't done much wrong.
He's been super. Especially his first half was gigantic. So, a chance for Surrey in the back pocket. They're going to just milk it for all it's worth. There's no doubt about that. The kick goes out. Mark's been taken there by Connor Ryan Simmons, the hyphen, who's looking for options forward. The hyphen, fellow hyphen.
There you go.
Another first name in the hyphen as well. The kick goes out. Summers, who's standing tall in this final term, is slowing right down now. Time for me to give a shout out to my nephew Jack, who's listening in the car at the moment. Big Hawthorn supporter, big fan of Michelangelo in the Turtles as well, even though Donatello's the best. As the kick goes up towards the half-forward line now, bouncing football. He'll love hearing that too as it comes out for Taka, smothered kick.
The Hawks are up and about too, BWS, unlike your Saints.
Yeah, good on you. No worries, Nails. That's your new one now.
Have you actually left him in the car and he's waiting for you to pick him up?
No.
So we've got whispers and now we've got nails.
Whispers, two mics, tonsils and nails.
Tangles and I think that's your one now. Tangles and scoops.
Okay, we had enough fun for volley.
All right, we've been told off now, so back to business. Yeah.
Let's get back to business. There's still a game to be won here.
Yeah. 24 and a half gone. Can't be too long left. 21 points is the margin. It's across the Surrey half-forward line. Underneath it, getting up and out was Hendon. Did really well there. Back to Vitaka, who has to use the left. Goes inside forward 50. Can they get one of those celebration-type goals? Comes out in the arms there. And almost pulling it down was Fallahay, who couldn't quite trap it, but got up and caused the turnover. The tackle goes after it again. Knox, they're doing everything they can just to scramble the ball out of that danger zone. Bouncing football through the middle. Handball backwards. Sutherland, been quiet, been on the bench for a long time today. Got the short pass on. And the mark's been taken by Garvin. They're counting down. Don't worry, Josh, I'll let you finish it off as the kick comes inside forward 50 in the pocket. And they've got a mark, and it's all too easy now for Surrey Park. The sting has gone completely out of this game, Wayne Brasher. Another chance to have a shot on goal and stretch this margin out to 27.
Just the inexperience of Knox young players in the last quarter. They've just run out of legs, and they've just not been able to hit their targets or get enough output into their forward 50.
So Sam Naidoo sucking up the clock as well. They've worked really hard both sides today. It's been a really entertaining game. He comes in now, got a bit of a hop, skip and a jump about him as the siren sounds and he puts a goal through to celebrate. Sensational win by Surrey Park.
And they're through to a second semi-final of the Panthers. A date next week with Donvale to book a spot in a third consecutive grand final for the Panthers. 11-15-81, Knox 8-6-54. The major goal kickers, Renan Fallahay with 3, Tom Smith with 2 for Surrey Park, Harrison Greaves with 3 for Knox, 2 for Jackson Anderson, singles to Jasper Mundy, Tayden Vitaka, Jake and Lockie Summers, Sam Naidu as well with the last goal. James Fisher and Braden Barlow, the other goal kickers for Knox. But a really good contest for the first 3 quarters. Just you were right, Brash. It was Knox's inexperience that didn't pay dividends in the end.
No, and I think the other thing, there was an opportunity in the opening 2 minutes of that last quarter where Fisher had a chance to kick the goal and took a wrong option. Instead of trying to put the ball on his left foot, he took the tackle on. Surrey Park rushed the ball away. They didn't score, but there was enough for them to get the momentum back, Josh.
Absolutely. And the second half, they probably had the better second half, did Surrey Park. And while Knox still showed a fair bit, particularly in that first half, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do for this final series. They'll certainly go into a first semi-final next week, whether that be against Coldstream or Oakley District as favourites. But for Surrey Park, they get a free hit at Donvale next weekend. This time at Jubilee Park. It'll be interesting to see how that contest goes.
I think the interesting thing is you almost were like waiting for Surrey Park to take the game by the scruff of the neck. And it was just a matter of when they were going to do it. And it's almost like they grinded their way for the first 3 quarters, and then they just decided to put their foot on the pedal, and some really, really good tackling in that last quarter. They tackled like their life depended on it, Surrey Park, and they created opportunities and turnovers in their forward 50. And if they had kicked, they've kicked 4 goals, 5. It could have easily been 7 goals, 7 goals 2, 7-3.
Absolutely, as it looks like Brett Beston might have an interview down there on ground level alongside Tom Smith. We'll await Jared Beanland, but Smith was certainly one of the better players, and it looks like it might be Kane Hendon. He's got Jared Beanland as the Surrey boys and the Knox boys go into
boundary.
The room. So we go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Guys, we've got Tom Smith and Kane Hendon. Kane, obviously the first year for the club up out of the bottom division and first finals win as well. What does this mean for the club?
Oh, it's massive. We've come a long way in terms of professionalism. I think I spoke about it last time we versed Donvale, and we know how that went. But we've got a lot of players back now, and the way we approach the game from, like I said, Saturday night, it's no longer on the piss, but it's out doing recovery, Sunday recovery. The boys take it seriously, so we're here to take over, and we really want to go all the way. So.
Tommy, thought you had a magnificent game today. I'm sure you're going to be nice and modest about it. But 3 goals, it was a tough game, but you just got on top of that. So what was the key to it was close right the way through until about sort of halfway through, made third quarter, early fourth quarter. What was the key to getting away?
I think just playing well and using our legs. We're a very quick team and fit team. So, I think we're just good endurance throughout the whole day.
And what about coming up from Division 4? Because there's always that question mark when you come up from a lower division. It's like you've just hit the ground running. I mean, you potentially could win Division 3 back-to-back flags.
Yeah, who knows? Good side. Always are close. And, we just thrive in this, situations and stuff.
And given that you guys have obviously got a couple of years of finals experience under your belt back from Division 4, how much do you think that has helped coming to a day like this, where you've got to be on the ball from the get-go?
It's actually, you think it would help with the first half. We just weren't playing our own footy. We really struggled to get the ball moving the way we wanted to move it, and it took us till third quarter to really start to play the way we want to play. So we still got plenty of work to do. We'll go review it, recover well, and the job's not done yet. We're only just getting started.
And what changed at half-time in that case?
Well, we just had a chat about the way we wanted to move the footy, coming through with composure, control. I said it last year, that march-up footy, but when you're at finals, you get excited and the energy's high, and so it's really hard not to get sucked into that. But it took us, unfortunately, a half to get it going, but next time, hopefully, we can start it from the start.
Well, you've got a big one Oh, did you have
I was
another
going to say, and you've sort of got yourself I don't know if it's a prize or a booby prize. You've got to play Donvale next week.
Yeah, it'll be good competition throughout the whole day. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And obviously the belief in the club, you feel like you can go the whole way?
Yeah, bloody oath, Well, of course we believe that.
Good stuff. All right, guys. Well done. Get in the showers and good luck for next week.
Well done there to Tom Smith and Kane Hendon. A massive game from the two of them. They've been so important this season for Surrey Park. And having a look at the roadmap for the final series now, waiting for them in the semi-final is the Donvale Football Club. And that's a big game which will be next Saturday. Donvale taking on Surrey Park right here at Jubilee Park again. And then on the Sunday, it will be the winner of Knox versus the winner of Coldstream versus Oakley District. So a lot to play out as we look ahead. And there is the roadmap.
There's the graphic.
There
it is.
That's what we're looking at.
There we go.
Coldstream and Oakley District tomorrow afternoon out here at Jubilee Park. So we'll certainly wait and see how that game plays out.
And we're
Crash?
covering that game as well.
We certainly are.
I actually, look, regardless of the result today, I saw enough of Knox today to make me still feel that they're still right in this next Sunday.
I agree.
I mean, look, to be honest, I think I know Kane said that, that they weren't getting the game on their terms and that it slowly came together in the third quarter. I sort of disagree with that because
Boundary for the song, gents.
Down to the boundary takes the Tobin Brothers for the song. Surrey Park song brought to you by Tobin Brothers Funerals,
Celebrating lives.
Celebrating lives. And Blake Tennant, you got up and about.
I did. Well, I haven't really heard that it's a Richmond supporter, so it was good to hear that song being played. It's always a great song. It's probably one of the greatest songs that you hear in local footy and AFL. That's my opinion.
I just think, just going on from that, the fact is that Kane said that, they thought they started to get their game together a little bit in the third quarter. Yes, they did, but they still weren't being allowed to get the game on their terms. It was a really slow grind. It was basically from about the 5-minute mark of the last quarter when they missed that gilt-edged opportunity, Knox, with Fisher. He took the wrong option. They swept the ball up and away, and then Surrey Park were able to maintain possession for about 6 or 7 minutes in their forward 50, and then when they kicked that goal to get that initial 11-point lead, you almost felt that Knox were going to have to produce 5 or 10 minutes of real quality football to kick 2 or 3 goals to give them the opportunity, and it never eventuated. They just got completely worn down in the end.
And it's sort of the definition of finals footy, really. Who takes their chances, who uses the momentum when they had it, and I guess you can probably factor in both sides. Surrey Park missed some opportunities in the end of the third quarter to stretch out that margin going into the three-quarter time break. Knox, when they had a lot of the ball up forward, probably didn't make the most. No. And that's, this is their first final in a long time, isn't it, getting to this stage? And that's what you do when you get yourselves a double chance. You give yourselves a chance to go back at it next week. We've seen sides do this. We saw Mitcham last year lose the qualifying final, came back the week after and then made a run and obviously won a grand final, and that's, there's so many examples in history. So, like you said, Brash, they just use this as a learning experience, don't they?
And the other thing too, they do have to use it as a learning experience, but like I said, it's not like that they were blown out of the water, right? And the thing is, look, they'll walk in, they've gone down by 27 points, right? But they gave it their all for the, for three quarters and about 8 minutes.
Yeah, I thought it was a great game.
I just sort of felt and as Steve Buckle alluded to, they've got a lot of young players in that side that probably haven't had a taste of finals football in a long, long while. And sometimes you get overwhelmed by the sense of the occasion. And I think it was they just made a couple of really skill errors in that back 50, and that just couldn't get the goal. I don't know whether Steve made the mistake by leaving Harrison Greaves in the ruck in the last quarter. I don't know whether that was whether Hanlon had run out of petrol tickets or not, but I think if Knox were to win that game, I think Harrison Greaves had to be at full forward so that it gave them a target, because they had no target to kick to in the forward. It was all kicking the ball sideways, trying to look for a cheap option, and Surrey Park didn't give him that option. You look at Summers, it was basically unsighted for the majority of the afternoon. He came into the game when Greaves went out of it. That's the difference. Key forwards and the big-time players, they may be down, but they're not out.
That's right, and I mean, looking at their inclusions this year, Surrey Park and the Summer Boys are probably two of their best, and that's the experience that they brought into the side that needed to take them from a premiership side in Division 4 to a potential premiership side in Division 3. And I actually was just thinking, just sitting back during the game and just going, it is an unbelievable rise, this club and this story, to come up a division from Division 4 and immediately win the first final in a Division 3 final series and be a real contender to go on and challenge Donvale for the ultimate flag. It's a story that's, if they get up this year and they pull this through, this is one of the all-time greats.
Definitely. Most definitely, but the thing is, though, you're coming up against a Donvale outfit that are bigger, stronger, got lots of options, lots of runners, lots of key players across many lines, and I just sort of feel that, for Surrey Park next week, blokes like Can, Fallahay, Mann, Hendon, and especially Tom Smith, they're going to have to play they're going to have to pull out really 4 quarters of quality football, Blake, to get into a grand final.
And definitely, like if you look around their forward line with Donvale, and today, Peters, he was tested early, but they're going to have their hands full next week, because you got to deal with Murphy, you got to deal with the Day brothers, you got to deal with Duncan, and then their midfielders also kick goals too. So they're going to, the back line of Surrey Park have got to get to training on Tuesday and Thursday and train the lights out, because they're going to have their hands full. Because, yes, one player can get a hold of them, but then if you shut down one forward, you're going to shut down the others. That's how I feel with that game next week. And their back line was very shaky in that first quarter. I felt like that was really good. But when Surrey Park got on their terms and when they got the ball rolling on, I felt like they used the ball. But again, I just feel like Donvale just have that extra step heading into a premiership this year.
And let's be honest, Knox had the better of the first half and probably didn't put enough scoreboard pressure in that first half to give Surrey Park something to think about. Because all they did was at half time, as Kane alluded to, is they basically went into the rooms at half time knowing that they were 4 points or 5 points down, knowing that they hadn't been able to get the game or play the game on their terms, and they had a belief that if they could turn that around and restrict Knox and exploit their inexperience, that they would come up on top. And that's exactly how it worked out. But it took them 3 quarters and about 8 minutes to break the wall down.
So here's a stat line here for you, Brush. You're heavily into that, which is good. I love to see that. So this is how the score standard at halftime. It was Surrey Park 5-5 to Knox 6-4, right?
Yep.
End of scoring, right? This is the end score, as we can tell right now. 11-15-81 to 8-6-54. 6 goals to 2 after halftime. That's the game. That's the game right there. You see, Knox really only had 2 behinds after half-time. They kicked to 2 goals, where Surrey had 10 behinds. And
that's why you've got to pay kudos to the Surrey back line.
We're going to go boundary side because Jared Beanland has Jack Marn alongside him.
Thanks very much, gents. Jack, great win, obviously. What would you put it down to for the most part? Where did you guys get it on your terms where Knox didn't?
Yeah, I think we started a bit slow, especially probably in the midfield. We praised ourselves on being such a good midfield, and I think they were on top of us early. credit to Zach Hanlon and Fisher, they played pretty well. And then I just felt like we started grinding away and we started getting on top of them and whatnot. Our backline started holding up pretty well against Greaves. He started getting the better of us as well. And then, I just, like you guys said during the week on the EFL radio, we pride ourselves on being such a good midfield that we also, we slowly chipped away and we got on top of them. It sort of showed, and then we were able to give the likes of Tom Smith a good look down there. I mean, he can float in and out. He's such a good footballer and whatnot. But yeah, I'd have to put it down to the midfield. So.
And the running game as well. Both teams obviously like to run and gun, and we saw a little bit of that for the most part throughout the game. But neither team got it on their terms specifically. How did Knox challenge you in that area?
Yeah, definitely. I felt like their pressure game was unbelievable today. I mean, they brought the heat, especially in that first half. Like I said, their midfield was all on top of us. And we pride ourselves again on being such a link-up handball kind of short 45 team, and they really took that away from us. And then, as the game went on, I think the fatigue started to kick in, and we started to be able to sort of play our natural game, which is that short 45s and link-up handballs. So, credit to them. They really threw it at us today, and credit to our boys. I thought we were unbelievable. We were able to grind out the rest of the game, and it showed on the scoreboard in the end. So.
And of course, the rooms are abuzz. I was digging the tunes that are happening. Who's the DJ?
Yeah, we got Big Tades. We call him Toots. So he's on the pre-games, and then he's also on the after games as well. So he loves spinning the decks, the big Toots.
Excellent. I'll pass you up to the boys in the box for some questions.
Jack, I sort of agree with you. It's brash here. I just thought that it was kudos to you guys because Knox really had the game on their terms in the first half, and to be only 5 points down. Kane Hendon sort of alluded to the fact that after half-time that you just weren't able to get the game or play the game that you wanted to do. But I just felt as the game progressed, the third quarter was a bit of an arm wrestle, and the opening 8 minutes where they needed to strike, you held really well. Yeah. Yep. And I just thought that from that moment onwards, it almost seemed like there was a sense of destiny because it almost like they fired their best shot, but you had all the answers when you really needed to.
Yeah, I completely agree, Brush. I definitely think there were a couple of boys that probably stood up as well in those situations. I think Nick Cam was pretty good off the half-back at one point. Big Jakey Summers, he started to grab the game, and it really shows when teams are really pushing us and whatnot. We sort of don't really fold over, and they really, really get on top of us, and they're able to kick 3-4 goals. We pride ourselves on such a strong backline as well with the likes of Woody and Weedy and all those kind of boys down there. So. But yeah, getting back to what you said, I feel like the boys really, they just grinded it out. They were able to grit it out. Again, it came from the midfield. I thought our midfield was really good, especially after that half-time. But yeah, I won't take any credit away from Knox. They were able to throw a fair bit at us today as well. And it'll be interesting to see who they play tomorrow. I've got a feeling that they'll play Oakley Districts, and you never know, we might play them again.
I just think too, Jack, in the fact that the fact that this is a really you needed a really good pressure game heading into next week's contest, and Knox have actually done you a favour here.
Yep.
And given you a really good opportunity. It almost felt like that Greaves was the man in the first half and Summers was the man in the second half, but he just couldn't put it on the scoreboard. But you almost felt like that he was going to have a part to play in that second half.
Completely agree, mate. Like I said, Greaves was unbelievable in that first half. He's such a good player, and he was. I thought he was also quite damaging in the ruck when he came in. He was able to grab it out and get the ball long for him. And then getting back to what you said, big Jakey Summers. I mean, he did it at East Doncaster. I remember playing against him when I was at Donny, and he was able to do it again today. I actually had a chat to him after the game. I said, Jake, you're unbelievable in that last quarter. He said, it took me 3 quarters to get going. I said, mate, I don't care if it takes you 3 quarters. You got going, and it was unbelievable. So, but credit to our boys again, mate. So, I'm just stoked. I mean, I got down here. I've been here for about 6 weeks, moving back from Queensland, and the boys have really taken me in and whatnot. It's such a great club, and they're on the up. The world's their oyster. They've got so many young boys that can just play football, and I'm having an absolute ball just sort of guiding them and also being a bit of a leader for them with Sugar and Kane as well and whatnot, and playing under Shrimpy. I think he's a great coach. So it's the world's our oyster, and I'm looking forward to playing Donvale. I didn't get a chance to play them, and I hear they're the pinnacle of Divi 3, and they want to push and go up. So bring it on. I'm ready to go. I'm very keen to play them next week.
Yeah, and just to follow up as well. So I was just talking with Brash, of course, about the halves, the toe of the half. You guys kicked 6 goals, 5 after half time. Do you feel like you put all the stuff done pretty much after half time? You did all the hard work, of course. Knox came after you definitely at half time, but do you feel like after half time you put the foot on the front kind of thing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, James actually touched on us in the halftime break. He said to us, look, we've got plenty more to give, and we definitely did, and we came out and I think we showed it. Look, the scoreboard hasn't been our friend for the last couple of weeks. I don't know if you boys have seen the scores that we've been putting up, but there's
14 goals, 24, mate.
There's definitely a lot more points than goals, so hopefully next week we can pile on the goals rather than the points. But yeah, I think we did put the foot down after half time, and like I said, credit to Knox as well. They were able to keep pushing us, and yeah, it was a really good game. And getting back to what Brasher said, I agree. They probably did give us that pressure game, and it really leads us into next week. And I couldn't imagine how the pressure's going to be next week against Donvale. So,
Jack, it's Josh here. Congratulations on the win, mate. How are you? You mentioned before just about joining the club. How have you enjoyed coming back down to Melbourne and being a part of the Surrey Park Football Club?
Oh, it's amazing, mate. Credit to Aspley. I love my time and all that kind of stuff up there with Aspley. It didn't work out. I had some family issues and whatnot that I wanted to come back home to, and then just wanted to play with Kane as well. I mean, I enjoyed every minute of playing with him at Doncaster, and as soon as he heard that I was going to be coming back home, he was straight on the blower and he said to me, we want you back at Surrey. And I said to him, mate, I don't know if I want to play footy, blah, blah, blah. And look what's happened now. So I'm absolutely loving it. And it's a great club. It's a great culture. I mean, all the teams are in finals. The girls are flying as well. The 19s. I mean, the Div 1 19s, I can't imagine till when we get those boys. It's going to be unbelievable. So, again, credit to Surrey Park, and yeah, I'm loving it. I don't reckon I'll be going anywhere else. That's absolutely sure. So,
and that was actually my next question. Playing alongside your good mate Kane Hendon, who you've played a lot of footy with, is there a bit of a bromance brewing between the two of you?
I think you know that, Joshy. There definitely is. Yeah. I mean, we do a lot together. Went over and had dinner at his last night. I'll stay at his tonight and have dinner with him, and we'll debrief the game. There's definitely a lot of bromance there. And look, we pride ourselves on being, a very good duo in the comp, and it's starting to really show, and teams are starting to understand that. So, I love playing with him. I don't really want to play with anyone else. So.
And Jack, just before we let you go, we were a bit slow on the Premier data stats, but we've got that up this week of both you and Kane on the weekend. What do you reckon today? Ranking points pretty high between the two of you?
Yeah, definitely Kane. I don't know if the yellow card will help me at the start of the game. Yeah. Probably didn't help, but but no, I reckon Shultz would have. He would have got his 30 again today, and. Hopefully I wasn't too far behind, but at the end of the day, it's not about me and Shultz. It's about the team. So, and look where we are. We're playing next week against Donvale. So,
well, there was a play there where you used to wax lyrical for a few minutes there.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. He said to me straight after, he's like, "What are you doing?" I said to him, "Mate, it felt like we were just doing a handball competition. We were just handballing down at the park together."
I'm surprised you didn't do that because you were on the big screen today, Jackie.
Yeah,
well, we really appreciate your time after a big victory for Surrey Park, and go and celebrate, mate.
Thanks, boys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much to Jack Mann there, and he has added a lot to the club. He has added a lot to the club alongside the likes of Chris Sardis, both on and off the field, Brash.
Yeah, interesting enough. I think he said something there, which I think is really, really prominent. He wants to stay there and nurture the next brigade, and that's exactly. And the fact is, when a club is in such a zone like Surrey are at the moment, where everything's flying, it's almost like you've got to seize the moment and take it when it presents itself, because you just never know when the opportunity is going to arise again. And Surrey Park, they've done it the right way. They've nurtured their juniors, and it's becoming a factory. And when you got a production line of talent, right, coming through, this club is setting themselves up to go further than where they are now.
Absolutely. Alongside the likes of Donvale, you could argue Baronia in Division 2 as well. There's certainly a lot to like, Ryan.
Before we go to the ad break, we will just touch on, there will be a Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award, because we've still got one more for them, as well as the last Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. So we'll have a bit of a think. The MGT Rookie of the Year is finalised. We've had all our nominations in, so there will be a award at Chandler Medal presented, but we'll have those two awards after the ad break, Josh.
Looking forward to that. We are going to go to a final ad break here on the Eastland match of the round. It was the Panthers the winners, 11-15-81 to Knox 8-6-54.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Surrey Park winners in the Division 3 qualifying final, 11-15-81 to Knox 8-6-54. Josh Ward here alongside Ryan Long, Jared Beelan, Brett Beston, Wayne Brasher and Paul Yacone. We're going to go to our awards, as you mentioned, Ryan. There's one more Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground 2 award and another Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award. Let's start with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. I think it's safe to say Jackson Anderson's Bunana in the first quarter. So
I think, unfortunately, the live stream dropped out just as he was coming in on these on the set shot. So hopefully we'll be able to.
Was it on that one? Was it at that point?
It was that point.
So that'll be right.
We'll have a look if we've got
the
file,
we've got that recorded.
The raw footage.
We'll have to sign affidavits that it actually happened.
Well, I just know he's going to be so disappointed. He's going to open up the live stream and go,
oh, let's have a look at my goal. Oh, hang on.
So, yes, I think that would by far, Josh.
Yeah.
Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day.
So that's a $50 Calls of My gift voucher going to Jackson Anderson. Been great since coming back into the Knox lineup. The Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Paul Yacone, I'm going to go to you first in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, I'm going to give 1 vote to Vitaka, 2 votes to Falahi and 3 to Smith.
Brash?
I'm going to give one vote to Gavin Pearce from Knox. I thought for basically most of the afternoon, I think he tried his heart out to keep Knox in the contest in the midfield, and he was clearly Knox's best player. 2 votes to Chris Sardis in the back line. I thought he was basically, didn't put a foot wrong for most of the afternoon, and right, his defensive skills linking up with Nick Can, took some timely marks, timely spoils. Yeah, and like I said, he really played his position right to a tee this afternoon. And this guy, he's got something about him, right, Tom Smith, that I haven't seen. He just seems to be able to have time, space and poise when you need it in a pressure situation. And he has that in spades. And once again, he brought that to the table this afternoon. And for mine, he gets the 3 votes.
Absolutely. Blake Tennant will get your 3, 2 and 1. Just got to chuck the headset back.
Ryan was meant to do it, but anyway, I'll do it myself.
Well, you're here, mate, so you can do it.
Do your own votes.
I went Jack Mahone with Marn, with 1. Then I went 2 votes. I went Tom Ware. I thought he was terrific on Summers, of course. That's Jake here, the terrific game. And I think you can't go past Tom Smith today. Absolutely superb today. Just terrific. He kicked, his 3 goals, I believe, today. So it was absolutely superb.
Brett Beston, Jared Beanland, your 3, 2, 1.
I'll go first. I went 1. We gave to Nick Can. I gave Jack Marn 2 votes and Tom Smith 3 for me.
I similarly gave Nick Kahn my 1 vote. Chris Sardis was my pick for 2, and Tom Smith I gave 3. Shout out, of course, though, to Pears and Weir as well for Knox.
Yeah, Weir was great.
Really
I wanted to give him 1, but great game.
Ryan?
Yeah, I've gone Pears to the 1 vote. I was going to give it to Weir. I've gone Pears. 2 to Marn, 3 to Tom Smith, and as we said, as someone who's obviously won the league best and fairest before. Every time we come and watch a Surrey Park game, he is one of the top 3 players on the ground. No question, every single time.
Absolutely. Ben Moran-Smith has unfortunately had to leave, so his 3 votes he gave to Nick Can, 2 votes to Tom Smith and 1 vote to Tom Weir as well. My 3, 2 and 1, I went with Tom Smith as well. It stands out in that midfield and up forward. 2 votes I'm going to give to Nick Can. Thought he was impressive alongside Chris Sardis, who has my 1 vote. So the Sports Guy Eastland best on ground going to
Tom Smith.
Tom Smith. I think that has to be maybe his 3rd. Maybe
he was Rookie of the Day when we first.
Yeah, he's had plenty of awards.
Where does this sit though? Where does this sit though?
His grand finals still pretty good. I still rated his grand final ahead of this game.
In terms of performances?
Yeah.
His grand final performance where he kicked a few goals, Josh, was outstanding. And I think by the time his career finishes up, he might have a lot more media team awards as well by the end.
I reckon he would have a lot of vouchers. That
he might have a grand worth to spend at Sports Go Eastland.
I think Fraser Smith from Croydon might be getting a bit of a nudge. He's got a few as well.
Ficarelli has about 8 Tobin Brother Goal of the Day awards. We're going to go to the scores though, Brash, because you've been... Brash is actually on it at the moment. He's been having a look through, and I think you're going to start at Premier, I believe.
I certainly are. Baldwin 10-9-69 have defeated Noble Park 7-11-15. So Baldwin get back on the winners list with a hard-fought 16-point victory. South Croydon 12-11-83 defeated a plucky Berwick 7-4-46. So Bulldogs by 37 points. Blackburn 16-12-108 defeated Doncaster East, a much improved performance 9-9-63. Burners by 45. In the clash of the round, East Ringwood have cemented top spot and the week off. 12-16-88 defeating Roval 7-14-56. East Ringwood got the jump early and held on to the lead for most of the afternoon to run out 32-point winners. And Vermont 16-15, 111 defeated Norwood 8-5-53, and so the Eagles get up by 58 points and move into 3rd position at the end of round 17.
Just before you keep going to First Division onwards, Brash, Corey Preston I saw had 2 goals, boys. It'll be interesting seeing his stats come Monday. Back to you, Brash.
Beaconsfield big winners this afternoon by 90 points over Bayswater 20-12-132, defeating Bayswater 6-6-42. Good pipe opener for Beaconsfield next Saturday as they go into an elimination final against Montrose. Doncaster, after a poor start, lost by 23 points to Mooroolbark. Mooroolbark 14-14-98, defeating Doncaster 11-9-75. Mitcham had a horrific afternoon, really, by their standards. They were soundly beaten by Park Orchards by 69 points. Park Orchards 12-18-90, Mitcham 2-9-21. South Belgrave had to pull out all the stops this afternoon to beat North Ringwood. South Belgrave 15-10-100 defeated North Ringwood 13-8-86.
And I do have a final score for that last game, Brash.
Yep.
Montana South 69 to Montrose 87. So I'll come from a high win for the Demons there. Very concerning. I've seen the three-quarter time score.
Let's cast our eye over Division 2 now. And big winners by Baronia this afternoon. They win by 105 points, 18-22, 130, defeating Ringwood 3-7-25. Croydon get back on the winners list with a 22-point victory over Heathmont. Croydon 12-10-82, defeated Heathmont 9-6-60. I've got nothing from Lilydale or East Burwood.
I'll chase that up for you, Brush.
Right, Mulgrave. An undermanned Mulgrave, I may say, had a big victory over Templestowe this afternoon. Very disappointing by Templestowe. 11-9-75 Mulgrave. Templestowe 5-8-38.
Yeah, just got a three-quarter time score though, but it's Lilydale 53 to East Burwood 34. That was a three-quarter time. Haven't had a full time score yet.
And Waverley Blues got the tonic that they needed to heading into a final series with a big 110-point victory over the Basin. Waverley Blues 21-12, 138, defeated the Basin 4-4-28. Let's quickly move into Division 4.
While you're doing that, that obviously locks in Mulgrave for the double chance.
Yes.
Templestowe, they'll play Croydon, and I don't think they're coming in with the best of form as the fifth seed.
And does that mean Waverley Blues have finished second?
That is correct.
Despite very poor form towards the back end of the season.
Yes, yeah, it's funny how it all plays
remarkable.
out, isn't it?
Well, Scoresby once again, they absolutely eviscerated Forest Hills this afternoon. Scoresby 26-14, 170. Have won by 122 points over Forest Hills, 6-12-48. I've got nothing from Emlock or Nunawading, if anyone can have a look.
Three-quarter time, Croydon North Emlock were leading 115-24. So
Wow, that's impressive.
That's very impressive.
Was that Emlock?
Emlock, yes.
Could this be the biggest margin Croydon North has won by
Yes.
in the history of the
I
FNL?
would say it'd have to be.
Must be close.
And Waverley Blues won by 39 points, 18-10, 118. Against Kilsyth, 12-7-79. Now, these two match up again next weekend.
Next Sunday.
And, Whitehorse will go into that game full of confidence now.
Well, I think they will. I think we sort of looked at them as the more likely of the two to progress through to a preliminary final. That's a confidence boost when you do play them the week after. Different ground. They've been so good at home at Springfield Park. It's a different ball game out at East Ringwood Reserve.
Makes you wonder, though, do Kilsyth give you the impression they look shot?
Yeah.
I think they've
But they are to bring back players. Sorry, Blake. They are to bring back players like Curry. Van Roonen didn't play. I know he hasn't had the greatest season, but
so where are the Div 4 finals?
Bayswater for the Saturday for the Churnside Park Scoresby. Sunday out at East Ringwood Reserve for Kilsyth Whitehorse, and I still don't see Whitehorse after that result at this stage beating Churnside or Scoresby.
I'd put it this way: I think Churnside and Scoresby are clearly the best two sides in Div 4. And actually, to be honest, it'd be a travesty of justice if those two don't play off in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. So the finals next week, obviously, with Division 1, it'll be South Belgrave and Mitcham, Montrose and Beaconsfield. That's already been locked in for
a couple of weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks now. Division 2, so that means Waverley Blues will take on Mulgrave, and the last time those two met, that was an absolute classic out at Central Reserve, which, of course, we were out there calling the game, Jared. And
I remember that one fondly.
That was
that might have been your last farewell before you went for...
I reckon...
I commentated the Surrey Park Donvale.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, I've come back to a Surrey Park game, haven't I?
I think we got... we might not have time. Jared, what was your give us one highlight. What was your best bit about your trip? Give us one highlight.
Oh, it's a toss-up between Berlin and Montenegro. One for the partying, one for the nature.
And I'm saying that it wasn't the nature in Berlin either, was it?
There's some nice...
He was busy watching our games over here.
Yeah, well, can I ask you, what was the best game you watched when you were over there? There you go, it's another good one.
Oh, I reckon the most fun I had was probably the Mitcham Montrose one. That was,
all right, gents.
That's enough from you, mate. That's enough.
I think we better...
Let's wrap it up.
I think we better start closing things up. The Division 3 and Division 4 finals, as mentioned. Donvale will play Surrey Park. Knox will play the winner of Coldstream Oakley District. And, of course, Turnside Park take on Scoresby Bayswater Oval, and then Whitehorse play Kilsyth at East Ringwood Reserve. But we're just about to close out here for the Eastland match of the round. To Jared Bainland and Brett Preston first for doing a terrific job on the boundary.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it was nice to have a decent day down there. The weather forecast was pretty awful. And I thought, here we go again. But it was actually really pleasant. Very nice day down there. So thank goodness for that.
And Jared, great to have you back from Europe as well. Looking very tanned as well.
Thanks very much, guys. It's excellent to be back, and I wouldn't miss the finals for anything.
Well, you wouldn't have got that tan in Berlin either.
Wayne Brasher, Blake Tennant on special comments today. And Blake to win the women's match of the round as well.
Yes. It's a busy weekend next week. I'm sure Ryan will... Probably
Very
won't sleep
busy.
as much as what he would like to do. I know all that, but it should be exciting. And looking forward to another weekend of EFNL football because it's shaping up. We're officially up to the business part. I know Premier's got one more week to go, but officially up to it now.
Exciting time of year. Paul Ukone doing a terrific job in the Stats Centre as always.
Pleasure.
Ryan Long doing the women's match of the round. Of course, we were out at netball grand finals last night as well.
Big night for us.
So it's well.
And don't forget, we're back here tomorrow for Oakley District.
Are you going to
and
sleep
Coldstream.
here? You going to sleep here?
I don't think my missus would be too happy.
Lee, would you sleep
don't
here?
come
You
home.
going to sleep here?
No.
I might put my tent behind Jubilee
No, it's
Park.
Bayswater for me. That's my
That's
second
right.
home.
That's it. Yep.
Maybe you could keep him company too, Blake.
I've got a busy day. Got my first practice of indoor.
Seeing you probably be calling the under-19s, mate. That'll be your... You can kick the dew off for us.
Just like in the van out at
tomorrow I've got my first session of cricket training tomorrow. So
there we go.
For my new club that I'm playing for.
Okay,
so.
I don't care. Move on.
Just a quick shout out to my wife too. She's listening. It was her birthday yesterday,
happy birthday.
and we're going out for her birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday!
Happy birthday to her. To Ben Warren Smith, who, as I mentioned, unfortunately had to leave. A terrific job, of course, calling all the action. To Lee and Megan Green, always doing a superb job delivering the audio and the visual from LKLM Media. That does us for the Eastland match of the round. It's Surrey Park winners 11-15-81 to Knox 8-6-54.